Welcome, everybody, to episode number 46 of the Dragon's Den podcast. We are live here on the air tonight on Facebook, Twitter, X, my YouTube channel, on Rumble. We're all over the place tonight. Well, we're one person short. Here comes Aaron. There he is. Forgot to add him before the show started here. It was kind of a last-minute ad here. But, we're live. We're ready to have a good show tonight. We got a lot of stuff to talk about in the world of pro wrestling. We got quite a bit of movie news tonight, actually. A little bit of sports. We got some politics. And, of course, we got the return of a segment that we usually do as a separate video, which I'll probably clip out still. But Brandon's The Lost Cartel will also make an appearance tonight on this show. So that'll be kind of fun to see there as well. We got some fun stuff for that.
Out there, so.
Exactly. So we'll have some fun. I know it's not on the thing, Matt. Quit looking. But it's fine. But either that or he's checking to see if he's got the actor. I don't know what he's doing. Yeah,
just shows up and starts adding shit on the show, I guess.
There's always stuff that's on the show that's not always on the sidebar. Always. Like, you think I'm putting all the politics stuff on the sidebar?
I have to be overcritical of you.
Weird way to go about life, man.
Yeah, nice try.
Hey, I don't get to see Brandon during the week.
Hey, Brandon, you're amazing.
So I have to troll him.
Yeah, as Brandon's admonishing Miranda Becker just a little bit, I'll just say Miranda's not on the show tonight. She's under the weather. A little bit of things going around the crew there with the kiddos and stuff. So I'm getting over some horrible sickness too over the last 3 weeks. So it's going around.
Over it, but
so hopefully
I brought it home and they took it after I got it. So
that's kind of the way it goes. You're gonna pass it around.
Yeah.
But it's this spring stuff, and I know some people kind of think it's not the weather changing, but I kind of feel like it's got a lot to do with it. Mike's in the chat. Good to see you, buddy. Appears to be another sausage fest this week.
All right, Mike.
Where is the lovely Miranda? I just explained that.
Oh, okay.
Digger goes, she's like, there's a sausage fest this week. Where's the lovely Miranda?
She'll be back hopefully sooner rather than
hopefully
later.
Soon she'll be back.
Yeah,
she's
exactly.
Not too hot right now.
We definitely miss her for sure. It's been basically 3 weeks now since the fans have actually seen Miranda on the show. So
it's a damn shame. They're clamoring for her. Like, that's why.
Yeah, she's the star. What are you talking about? I mean, let's be fair.
Apparently.
Yeah, I mean, they don't come to watch us. I mean, who does that?
Yeah.
I mean,
seriously. Guys.
Yeah, we don't know what we're talking about. We're just men.
Yeah.
Jeez. Yeah. We got
She's
no room
the cute one, I guess. Whatever. I'm a Colt. First of all, let's get that out the way. All right.
I mean, you're kind of a 5.
Wow, that's
in my book. No, I'm just kidding.
I
mean, I'm not into that sort of thing, but if I was,
Eric said I was a 5. I almost cried. My voice cracked.
I'm sorry. Okay, all right. Solid 6.5.
All right, I'll take it.
You'll take it. All right. Yeah. Matt's a solid 2. So
yeah.
And Aaron's just got no face, so it's kind of hard to
we
judge.
We don't even know. We never know. We don't know what Aaron looks like. He's like
Aaron's
Wilson
a mystery
on Home Improvement. You just see.
One of these days, it's going to be like, his kids are going to be a little older, and he's going to be able to be on camera more, maybe, hopefully. And it's going to be like that big reveal of Wilson at the final episode who'll come out doing this number.
Does somebody use Aaron's phone?
Huh? Reese had it earlier.
Reese had his phone earlier.
His son, he was texting stuff, so that's probably what's going on. Yeah, so ignore the random multiple letters in the chat. Yeah,
so, there was more conversation, fellas.
He's like, just no 900 numbers, kid.
Yeah,
just stay off of that. Stay
I remember when, like, side note, real quick, along the same lines of what he's going through with Reese and his phone. Like, Jaden would always take my phone and would text random people just stuff. You know what I mean? He just hit stuff and then send it. And I wouldn't know about it until somebody was like, what? And I'm like, what are you talking about?
I used to get that all the time with my niece. For whatever reason. I can't remember how old she was when she got her phone. Because she's diabetic, they're able to get the readings from her meter on the phone. So it's one of those things that kind of keeps around her and all that. But because she had my number, she'd randomly just text me and a lot before she learned to type a lot more and learned how to read and stuff. She was definitely typing a bunch of letters just randomly because she wanted to feel like she was talking to me,
Now see, Anaya found a workaround.
Now she don't text me much
anymore. What Anaya would do was leave voice notes. So she would hit the voice note button, say what she wanted to say in the phone, and then send it.
Right.
So then we would get like random messages from Anaya that were like 30 seconds long, and all it was her saying I love you or when you're coming home. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I got a few of those from her too. Yeah. I mean, when all else fails, to leave the voicemail,
And then Jackson, what he would do would just take random pictures on my phone. I have literally, and I deleted a bunch of them, but there was over 300 photos of just him and selfies of him, Anaya, him and PD, him making all kind of weird faces, him watching movies. There's a couple pictures that he took on my phone when you guys were at the house when he was little.
Mhm.
There's one of our cowboy friend, and I'm talking about. You remember when how Jackson was like attached to him at the
Oh
game.
yeah.
There's a picture on my phone, and I still have it there. I have to show him one of these days of this super close-up photo of his face. And
Extreme close up.
Yeah. There's one of you from the side view, and it is like right here. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Jackson took a photo of you up
Just
close.
happened to get it in frame. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was probably not even paying attention. He's just like,
Nope. You
nope.
wasn't. You
Yeah,
were not. He was like photo op. So I found all these pictures on my phone, and I was like, I know I didn't take them.
Those are the funnest ones because you're like, where'd that come from?
Where'd that picture come from?
Yeah. How's the kiddo? Yeah, no
There's
doubt about
also a video that he recorded of me and Miranda. We were talking, and we had no idea he was recording this video. He's just standing there recording a video, and all you see is Miranda's feet in the video. That's why nobody's seen it. There was a bunch of weird people out there. The conversation was about me. She was giving him sour candy and trying to get him to eat it. And I'm sitting there talking to her like, why are you doing this to our children? And she's just giggling her ass off because she thinks it's funny. Because he'll get it, he'll think it's really sour, and then he wants his mommy. She was only doing it because she wanted his attention. Because I was his favorite, and she couldn't handle it.
Wow. Man. I bet if you asked him now, it might not be the same. Yeah, see? Yeah, that's what you get. Learn, Matt. You don't say things like this in front of the wife, okay?
She's got 2 out of 3 kids. Why can't I have one?
Yeah.
Like, what's happening here? And she's got the dog.
Yeah, well, yeah, you're right about the dog. You can have the cat, but that's a nice. Yeah.
She said maybe you should be a nicer person. Who does that?
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
crazy.
I mean, if that happens, you'll be all right. Kathy's also in the chat. She said hello. She said good to see you, Kathy.
You know, Eric, I'm gonna be extra rude to you now.
Well, I'm sorry. What did I say? Just letting it fly. You know, I was trying to read what was on Matt's soup bowl when he had it up, but I couldn't read it. It was a little blurry.
What does his shirt say? Does it say
Bloomington
blood?
South
Just helping
baseball.
myself to adapt.
Matt, did you play baseball seriously?
No,
No.
my brother did.
Oh no, you played football.
I played rec league, and it was actually really interesting because
Oh yeah.
my rec league in Bloomington, when I was a kid, we played up until the age of 21.
Oh really?
So
That's pretty cool.
So these kids would throw like 90 miles an hour, and you could have try to hit them.
Yeah. Ed, did you play sports?
Yeah, I played Little League baseball.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
What do you think about
story the
softball?
other day
You
about?
me?
I can hear
we
you.
can.
Your video's way behind your audio. is all. Yeah, like it was last week. But
Would you guys play some softball?
I mean, I don't know if I'd slide much anymore. Say that right now, or play catcher. I don't know if I could stay in a cross.
Oh, did you play catcher?
In softball.
Oh, I played everything eventually. That's kind of what they did in Little League. They rotated you around, but yeah, played.
Yeah, Jackson wants to get in the Little League.
I played catcher all the time.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I play a pickup game here or there, probably. But.
Well, there's this weird. I was looking because again, you know me. I was looking at this thing and it was like this, 30 and over league for softball.
Oh God. I don't know about a league.
I'm like, but that's my speed.
Mm-hmm.
We're not superstars out here. You know, I'm 40 years old. Like I'm not
a bunch of guys with dad bods out there on the diamond. It's like
we ain't going pro here. Okay?
I'm not going to be the fastest runner either. I'll pitch hit.
Yeah,
but I'm not. I might be able to throw a catch. But I'm not scooting like I used to. That's for dang sure.
I'm not running bases, brother. I got a bad.
Bases. I can maybe jog, but I'm not sprinting. With my bad knees and stuff the last few years. No way, man.
I got one good sprint left in me, and I'm keeping it for the zombie apocalypse.
Yeah, when I need it. You know what I mean? I ain't got to be last. I just got to be ahead of somebody.
I got one leg,
and hopefully it'll be Matt.
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing. Like, I ain't got to be fast. I just got to be faster than Matt, and I ain't above kicking
Matt's
you.
got short legs. We got longer stride, so
Uh-huh.
we're better. We're
You'd
better
be
off.
surprised how fast I am.
Well, you're still young. You're still in your 20s.
You're still spry.
You give it 15
I'm
years.
faster than you think I will be.
Mike said in the chat, I played basketball in 5th and 6th grade. Oh, yeah, I remember seeing you wear like the Chicago Bulls jerseys, a lot of your old photos and stuff like that.
Really?
You're a big Bulls fan, for sure.
Dunking on people, digger. He was
But at least it's not the Cubs.
That's baseball.
Crazy. Yeah, it's baseball, not basketball. What are we talking about?
Nobody cares about the Cubs.
I think he's no, his dad liked the Cubs. I want to say I could be dead wrong here, but I thought at one point maybe he used to like the White Sox. I could be dead wrong on that.
The White Sox, Jesus.
The other Chicago team, but I know his dad liked the Cubs. But anyway, so yeah, it's crazy stuff. But yeah, then you get old and you can't do nothing no more.
Oh no,
It seems like.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm just happy to get through a day of work without something hurting when I got home. You know what I mean? It's one of those deals. But yeah. All right. Well, we got a lot of stuff to talk about here tonight, so I figured we probably ought to just get things a little bit moving here. Not as much wrestling tonight, so those people out there who don't care for wrestling, don't worry, there won't be a whole lot of it, but we're going to get into that here in just a second. So let's do that real quick, and let's just get the show started. How about that? Ready? Sounds good? Great. Here we go. All right. So we now know who is going to be in the two main events, the two matches that will be closing both nights of WrestleMania 41 this year. And of course, firstly on night 2, the true main event of WrestleMania, in my opinion, will be John Cena versus Cody Rhodes. As this week on Raw, John Cena cut a promo where he says he's going to ruin wrestling. Some say he's already done that over the last 20 years. Come on, guys, let's lighten up a little bit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Calm down.
Yeah.
But on Raw this week, he reminisced about how he 20 years ago, when he won his first WWE championship in the company at WrestleMania 21 versus JBL, he introduced us to the Spinner Championship belt, and everyone online hated this belt.
Oh yeah.
Said it looked like a toy. Well, and because it did, and it was. John Cena claimed it was just another example of how the fans have been horrible to him throughout the years. So he says now he's going to win the legitimate WWE championship from Cody Rhodes at WrestleMania, the belt with the longest and most prestigious lineage in the world, and he's going to retire with it. And Cena will be the last true champion. And the company will then have to create another toy belt because the real one will be gone forever. Now, I don't know about you. I don't know what your thoughts. I really like this storyline. It fits John Cena perfectly.
Yeah. Here's the thing. With a lot of these stories thus far, they're not wrong. Like he's justified in his anger. And it's not a comical way of him being mad about something. You can literally retrace John Cena's career from when it started to where it is now, to where how his response is now still. Even though he gets cheered, he still gets a smattering of boos. And I think those are kind of like the Kurt Angle boos. They do it now because it's like, we've been doing it for years. Even though we all like you, this is who you are. But John Cena's perspective of the whole thing is like, you're ungrateful. I've done everything possible for all of you.
And a lot of that is true, actually.
He's the most requested Make-A-Wish person. Yes. He's granted more Make-A-Wishes than anybody. Like, John Cena, for all intents and purposes, is like the most humanitarian wrestler ever. And then his anger is completely justified because I do all this stuff and you still boo me. You're never happy with anything that I do, no matter what it is that I do. So his anger is justified, and him wanting to ruin wrestling for everybody, it's like, yeah, I get it. Like it's the definition of taking your ball and going home. But then this aspect, the ball is the WWE Championship as a company that he held on his shoulders for damn near 2 decades.
Yeah, easily 2 decades, and maybe a little bit before that. Even before he won the championship, he was still popular.
Yeah.
But now he's won 16 world titles in that 20-year span. I mean, it's insane the amount of success he has. Yeah. And I wanted to point out something else here too. If you notice here on my hat that I'm wearing, I don't know if you can really see it, but the C in the "You Can't See Me," which is his trademark catchphrase, that you can't see me, is hidden behind, I believe it is anyway, hidden behind the red slash.
Yeah.
The hat he wore on Monday night this week, it was switched up. The C is in front, as in you see me now.
Yeah.
So it's just a little subtle thing that they did that I thought was really cool.
That is clever. I like that.
Yeah, so just little things like that in the attire.
That till you pointed it out.
Yeah, I didn't notice it until I saw it on X, as a matter of fact. So
that is very clever.
Yeah, very cool. So just little things like that, But the question becomes then, if he does win his 17th record-breaking world title, and he said during his promo,
he does.
He said during this promo, he's going to make you forget about the limousine ride and Ric Flair, who holds the current record at 16 world titles. Him and Rick are tied. But if he breaks that record and gets number 17, does he bring the spinner belt back?
I would.
Just to kind of rub it in the noses of the fans?
Or is it that's what it's expected to happen? And I think them retiring, look, here's the thing. Stone Cold got his Smoking Skull belt. There was Triple H had a custom belt that he had, if I'm not mistaken. And it's only fitting that John would get his belt. And I'm pretty sure he probably already has one of these.
Yeah.
But to give him that world title and then retire that belt and bring back a new one would be very fitting for a guy who literally gave everything he had for 20 years. I think it fits the story narrative. Because, I want John to win. I see no reason why Cody needs to win this match.
Well, that, like we've said, if you're going to do this, it doesn't make much sense for him not to win it at this point. But to me,
my God,
it brings it up.
They're going to shit all over it though. But that's the response you want.
Yeah, exactly. And to me, it actually sets up an interesting story element if they were to let Cena win the 17th world title, because then it's a race against time to beat him. Because the rest of the wrestlers in the locker room should want to preserve the lineage and the prestige of that real world championship before Cena retires in December. So between WrestleMania and December, there will be people gunning after Cena to save that championship from being taken away.
Think about the guys that he would put over in the sense of having a banger match with John Cena on his last run for those titles. What it would do for their careers and their resumes as a wrestler to go up, even if they're losing. You get what I'm saying? But you still, you went up against
that guy with John Cena.
Yeah, you went up against that guy. You know what I mean? And John Cena's title defense, John Cena, pay-per-view John Cena is a different than Monday Night John Cena.
Yeah, it's a super Cena we're talking about here. Yeah. Maybe with the backing of the corporate leadership of the final boss too, with The Rock. So that's always going to be an element which they haven't really played into a whole lot since the heel turn. But Rock's going to be at WrestleMania. He's going.
And this is what I'm waiting on. I know Cody can talk on the microphone. Let's not get that out of the way.
Yeah, been doing a great job last few weeks. Yeah,
it's a different level on the microphone. We have yet to see a real one-on-one promo between the two of them, and I don't think will John crush him in that promo 100%. But I also know John respects Cody enough not to. But he will force Cody to be on his A game in that promo.
Oh yeah, and Cody can. For certain. And that's the thing. So far since the heel turn, we've had Cena will say something, Cody will come out, say something else, and then Cena will just leave.
Yeah.
Cena's got to eventually rebuttal here,
and I think that's what they're building up to.
And he's got, I think, one more appearance, which may be next week before WrestleMania. And Cena may not be there again until WrestleMania itself. So, which kind of stinks because they're still a little less than a month away.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Maybe he'll be able to get another appearance in there. But right now, the only advertise I think is maybe next week. So, if that's the case, maybe The Rock could come in and kind of fill in that void a little bit for a few weeks. I don't know. But either way, the stakes have been raised due to this announcement that Cena intends to retire with the actual championship. Now Cody Rhodes is out to defend the fans, the company, and the history of the championship at WrestleMania 41. So this will be the Night 2 WrestleMania main event, as it should be. It is probably the biggest story they have going into WrestleMania. So, yeah. Mike said if you watch WrestleMania 20 and 21, there are fans cheering John Cena. In WrestleMania 20, I know he won his U.S. championship against the Big Show. But by WrestleMania 22, those exact same fans are cursing and booing him out of the building. Yeah, which tends to happen, which I'm surprised it has not happened to Cody Rhodes yet.
And I think that's what they're trying to avoid.
Yeah, I think they are too.
But like
at some level.
Cody is the ultimate babyface, and it sucks for him that that's his lot in life.
Yeah,
but it is. But Cody's also at his best when he's chasing after a title. As long as he has a heel in front of him that's very comparable heel to him, Cody is great.
Yeah.
And John Cena, in every aspect, John Cena is that. You know what I mean? And then some. Hell, the build up for him and Roman was crazy.
Yeah.
That's because think about where Roman was to where Roman is.
Yeah.
And Cody going up against that tribal chief Roman Reigns was different from the Shield Roman Reigns.
Oh yeah, far different. Way better too, I might add.
And that's the thing that pissed me off too, because Roman must have had that in him, but we got suffer and succotash.
Yeah, and it was like, and I don't know if it was. I mean, under Vince, he was also the one who brought in the bloodline stuff. Vince was still there, so
yeah, but that was all. That was more, and I didn't realize this until an interview. That was all Roman's idea. Paul just helped him put the pieces into place.
The tribal chief stuff?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, either way, I mean, it did blossom under Vince McMahon. So as bad as it was, and the Shield stuff was great as the trio, but when Roman kind of went on his own, it just didn't click like they were hoping for. I mean, they pushed it, but yeah, once the tribal chief stuff came in, it definitely made him, pushed him into the stratosphere the way they always wanted him to be. But I always find it, but back to Cody and Cena for real quick, we'll get into Roman in just a second. But Cody and Cena actually mirror each other a whole lot because with Cody, well, Cena's obviously been a babyface for 20 plus years at this point, and Cody's kind of on that same line where he doesn't want to go heel, don't want to play the heel. But if Cody were to ever turn heel eventually, it might take a few more years or whatever. I don't know how much longer Cody has as a career, but it could be just as shocking and devastating to fans as Cena's is.
Oh yeah.
So there's always that down the line, but we'll see how he handles maybe losing the championship, which could be interesting as well. Play with that dynamic, but yeah, I fully expect Cena to win, and maybe Cody even chase him a little bit this year too, get his rematch. So yeah, I think it's the right call to make it the main event for sure. Yes. The other main event of WrestleMania, which I don't know about you, but in my eyes has never really been the main event. But because there's a 2 nights now, we now know the second. Well, it's actually night 1 of WrestleMania, what the main event that will close the show that night too. And that is, of course, would be CM Punk versus Roman Reigns versus Seth Rollins in a triple threat match.
Now, I understand why.
Who cares?
You say that, and I understand why people feel that way.
Right.
Because there's no title involved.
Right.
There doesn't need to be a title involved for the main event.
Well, and it doesn't even have to be a title involved to me. It just 3
of the biggest stars in the company right now.
Yeah.
And the story that literally ties back to the inception of a group of 2 of those guys, the leaving of a guy who was the most polarizing person in WWE at the time, for him to come back and all this bad blood to now be resurfaced, it makes sense in the sense of like, again, these are your 3 biggest stars. If you tell me, do you think in any world, and I'm not saying they're going to have a bad match. Yeah. Do you think that Gunther and Jay would stand up to if these 3 went first?
Well, of course not. But and like I was about to say, which you got a little ahead of me is all. But I was going to say, with not having this match close WrestleMania, that notwithstanding, there was never a world where Roman, Seth, and Punk were not going to main event night 1.
Yeah.
I mean, it was always going to happen because of the 3 names involved, as you said, the storyline being told. And everybody seems to forget, too, CM Punk, even referencing on SmackDown this week, he literally brought the Shield into the company.
Yes.
In storyline.
Like, so, I don't understand how nobody knows that.
I mean, he literally did. He was using him to help him defend the title against Cena and Ryback.
Yes.
Survivor Series that year. We were at that show. Me and Digger were, me and Mike in the chat. I mean, yeah, so, I mean, that right there is reason to have CM Punk involved in this. And why the whole, Paul Heyman connection and all that stuff is involved. But this whole thing, though, on SmackDown, they had the contract signing for their triple threat match. During the segment, Paul Heyman informed CM Punk that he will live his dream and be the main event of WrestleMania for the first time in his career, closing out night 1. Now, like Brandon mentioned, main event Jey Uso winning the Royal Rumble, and he's not in the main event of a WrestleMania for the World Heavyweight Championship. Obviously sucks, and he will actually become the first male to win a Royal Rumble and not main event the biggest show of the year. And actually, as a matter of fact, for either night of WrestleMania since the 2-night format. As a matter of fact, though, Charlotte Flair also won the Royal Rumble. She will also not be main eventing one of the nights of WrestleMania either, which does suck. Yes. But as Brandon pointed out, Gunther and Jay are not going to follow this triple threat match. And if it happens on night 2, they're not going to follow Cody and Cena either.
Nope.
So your hands are kind of tied a little bit about where you put this.
And I think they'll reward Jay for that.
Yeah. Yeah, and I not only that, I think Jay is winning the world title, and I think it'll be against Gunther maybe to open WrestleMania. You know, to kind of kick it off with a bang type situation. Charlotte, you can put that in the middle of the card.
Yeah, but Charlotte,
and I don't think Charlotte personally is winning that anyway. Myself,
I hope not.
No, I hope not too. But the way they did this contract signing with it was very emotional for CM Punk, which is really cool to see. But it's ironic also that CM Punk was on another company show just a few years ago talking about how MJF could go to main event night 1 of a buy one get free extravaganza, and that's literally what CM Punk is doing right now. So it's kind of like, all right, and not only that, this week on SmackDown there was a spot where Damian Priest put Drew McIntyre through the windshield of a convertible, and Punk walked by, smiled, and walked off, which was a clear reference to AEW when him and Jack Perry got into it with real glass. And I think even Drew McIntyre, or it was either Drew or Damian on X, went out and said that was real glass, by the way, on X. So yeah, I mean they're playing it up a little bit here, but at the same time, it is the right call, I think, for these guys to main event. But CM Punk, the interesting part about it though, ended the segment, and he stood up, and Roman Reigns, the tribal chief, basically kind of demanded that he thank him for being, allowed to be in the match with him, the tribal chief, because he's the head of the table, the big dog, to be in his presence to main event WrestleMania. Because to Roman, he's WrestleMania or main event WrestleMania time after time after time. It's not a big deal to Roman. So Roman demanded that Punk thank the tribal chief. And as Roman appeared to be under the impression that this was the favor that Paul Heyman owed to CM Punk, Punk stopped him and said, "This is not the favor that I'm owed." And Roman and Paul Heyman looked shocked as the show went off the air. So CM Punk has still got something that he's going to be cashing in from Paul Heyman. And even Paul Heyman's kind of like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
So
I'm going to say one thing. I know you don't have the frame of this picture, but when he's signing that contract and Paul tells him that, right? If you could have seen the look, like Seth is playing. Yeah,
Seth is playing this like there's no way this is possible right now. You cannot let this man be in the main event. CM Punk's a cancer to the wrestling business. Punk.
The look on his face though was one of real disgust. You know what I mean?
Complete disgust.
Like this motherfucker shows up, and you mean to tell me he just gets to be in the main event?
Pretty much. That's what Seth feels.
The anger that he had. They're going to kill each other in this match, by the way. It's going to be insane. They are going to kill each other in this match.
Now, and Mike made a good point in the chat, and I tend to agree with Mike. I think it sucks for the Rumble winners that they are shoved aside. Might as well not say it's a guarantee anymore that they get a main event shot. You're right. They are getting a title shot. And it does take a little bit of it away from me. I'm not, and that's absolutely true. That's what I feel. But like I said, though, based on the players you got involved, it's just unfortunate. There's only so much space on the card. Only so many people can be in the main event slot. Simple as that.
One of those things too. Of okay, fine. Say WrestleMania was back to just a one-day event, right? Yeah. You still have 2 titles. One of those titles is going to main event the show.
Yeah.
What are you going to call it, a co-main event? Does that make it better? Then call this a co-main event. Regardless of the fact that like one of you is not going to main event the damn show. It is what it is.
Right. Well, and it's like when we went to, me and Mike both went to WrestleMania 8 in Indianapolis, the Hoosier Dome too. That card had two double main event or a double main event. It was Ric Flair and Randy Savage for the WWE Championship that took place in the middle of the card on a one-day show, and then Hulk Hogan versus Sid Justice at the main event spot at the very end of the show. But at the end of the day, more people remember Savage and Flair than they ever would Hogan and Sid in that main event. So
then, if you put Gunther and Jay last, let's just say you do that, and you were to put these guys in the middle of that show, okay? Right. All anybody's going to talk about is these guys.
Possible, unless Gunther and Jay just absolutely shock us.
And I'm not going to say that they're not going to. If they're going to set the tone for WrestleMania Night 1, they could very well outshadow everybody else and then have them follow them.
Yeah. I do hope they are put on night 1 though instead of night 2. Otherwise, it gets overshadowed by the other title. But yeah, but that's just my personal opinion. But either, I mean, but at the same time, Digger's not wrong. I mean, I do agree with that. And not only that, CM Punk has been on record over years talking about how he wanted to be the main event at WrestleMania, the final match on the card. But when he said that, it was one night event. He meant literally the main event, the final match of the show in its entirety. He's settling now for night 1, which is the main event of that night. Agreed. But I guess I'm just old school in that way, to where the main event is the Cody Cena spot at the very end of night 2. That's what Punk's always said he wanted. Whether or not he's okay with, he probably is okay with this now in this stage in his career. But at one point, I guarantee you, he would not have been happy about it.
Oh no, I think a younger, more vocal CM,
it wouldn't have
this
flown.
would have been CM Punk from 10 years ago. This would have not, that wouldn't be the case. But also, there would probably be a title involved, and it's like in this situation, I feel like a title muddies everything they're doing here.
Right.
It's more of a scapegoat and a crutch in that aspect. These are just, again, 3 of the hottest and top stars. Like, there's no way you can't say Roman isn't one of the top stars.
He is possibly the top star.
And there's no way Seth isn't considered a top star in every right, because Seth has busted his ass just as hard and just as much. The only reason he dropped that title is because he got injured, but he was fighting through a lot of injuries to begin with.
He was the MVP of the show last year. No doubt about it. I mean, he struggled to get through it, but he got through it.
And then again, CM Punk, no matter what company he goes to, he's one of the biggest names there when he gets there. So there's no way that this wasn't happening as a thing. Like, it's just not going to happen. You know what I mean?
Right.
And I get it. Yes, in every regard for Jay, I feel bad for it. And I'm rooting for Jay. I love the Usos. You know what I mean?
And he had a bad botch on Raw, like, what was it, 2 weeks ago, which everybody's kind of replaying online.
He's done that move over 1,000 times, and it's hit it 1,000 times. Hell, Undertaker botched one. Nobody brings that shit up.
Yeah, he landed flat on his head that one WrestleMania. I mean, it happens to the best of us. Best of them. I don't know.
The guy because you want to shit on the guy. It is what it is. Like, you can miss me with that shit.
And that's why I always get mad at these people. Get mad at AEW wrestlers. Oh, they botched this spot. Like, you realize wrestlers botch spots in every company, don't you?
It doesn't matter. It's you can do a spot over and over and over. It's just one time, for whatever reason, you didn't jump high enough. You didn't get the leverage you thought you had. Like, shit happened. Your foot clips the top rope. If you want to criticize him, you get in there and do it.
Yeah.
If you can't do it, shut up.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%.
If you can't do it, shut up.
Yeah. Just sit there and be quiet. All these armchair quarterbacks, basically.
Exactly.
It happens all the time in any sport, and and technically we're kind of doing that here ourselves. Armchair quarterbacking certain things,
but at the same time, I know for a fact I can't do it, so I'm not going to talk shit about somebody who can.
Right. Yeah.
Did it look goofy? Yes, it did. It did. And he acknowledged the fact that it happened, by the way.
Sorry,
most people play it off. He was like, "Yeah, I've seen it. Whatever."
It's fine. I mean, you just got to move on. I mean,
but they pivoted into that aspect and turned it into part of his story.
Yeah,
it's like he's falling apart because he started.
Yeah, I think they even said something on SmackDown about, like, don't slip and fall to Jimmy like your brother did. I think Miz said something to him or something. But by the way, Jimmy slapped the hell out of Gunther this last week. By the way,
boy, did he!
Gunther looked like he was legitimately shocked about how much it hurt, but then he had to pull himself together and he's smiling at the end. But he laid one upside Gunther's head. I was like, man. I will say
this. Jimmy is starting to become legitimately the other, like, his quips back and forth with people. Like the thing with Carmelo, where he said to him, Carmelo Hayes, he goes, "What's that saying that you got?" He goes, "Oh, Melo never misses." He goes, "Boy, without them bricks, you can build a fucking house."
Yeah.
And then the way Jimmy subtly blows people off, or like when he came out and he was talking to Drew, and he was like, "You sound like a jealous ex-girlfriend," and he goes, "I mean, you lost." Like,
move on.
You blame everybody else. You lost. And it's him and Jay, to watch them go from, again, these half makeup wearing shorts, long hair, haka dancing, typical Samoans, to
Which you can replay now on WWE 2K25, by the way. You can relive their story.
Crazy.
Yeah, I'm slowly getting through it, but it's taking a minute. Some of them timed, objectives you got to complete are ridiculously hard to do.
The Yokozuna shit that I'm dead.
Well, that one wasn't that bad. It's the time stuff where, oh, by the way, you got 40 seconds to do this. I got to pause just to read it in 40 seconds, let alone, you know what I mean? So, yeah. But
they're great. And I love what their whole direction right now. And I think this will be building up to that brotherly rematch at WrestleMania to where we can actually get a good match out of the two of them.
I hope so, because they were both admittedly disappointed in that as well.
Because Jimmy got hurt early.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't even know that.
He got hurt.
What was it?
Early. I think it was his leg.
I remember that. I'll go back and watch it now. Just see
what happens. Goes down to his knee and he says something to Jay, and they just go through like the motions. And I thought
it was just a bad match.
No, Jay got hurt.
That stinks even more. But hopefully both guys I don't know what Jimmy's going to do at WrestleMania this year. Maybe he'll be involved in the United States title.
Oh, and I love that spot.
You got so many guys there. Yeah, that could be interesting. Or maybe he'll just be out there cheering on his brother. That could be a thing too.
That too.
We got a couple of chess catch up on here. Mike said it was the White Sox that he's a fan of, but now they're the White Sox. So
that's crazy.
And Slaughter the Assassin, our loyal listener,
right.
Says, "Hey guys, I may not respond much tonight, but I am listening. Well, hope everything's going well for you there. Thank you for listening. If you're feeling under the weather, we get it. That's the case. We totally understand, but thank you for watching nonetheless." Mike said, "I hope we get into the Hall of Fame news," and you read my mind.
Oh yeah, here we go.
So next up in WWE, we had Earthquake and Typhoon, the natural disasters, are now going to be inducted into the 2025 WWE Hall of Fame class. They will be joining Triple H, Lex Luger, and Michelle McCool alongside another announcement they made yesterday, which we'll get into in just a second. But for now, what are your thoughts on John Tenta? And I don't remember Tugboat's real name. I'm sure Mike can fill us in the chat because I know he's related to Cody Rhodes and stuff now by marriage. But thoughts on these two? Obviously, super heavyweights, but very agile.
I remember Tugboat. I remember Tugboat. And I remember Earthquake. And the reason why I remember Earthquake was because of his finisher. I remember, I can't remember which
jumping
game.
around the ring.
Yeah.
Like a shake, like an earthquake.
Used him in, but his finisher was there where he would just jump around and then he would jump on top of whoever it was, like with the bonsai splash. And that's the only thing I remember of him. Now I did, see matches they were in, but obviously they wrestled more so before I really started watching wrestling. Mm-hmm. And so anything that I've watched with them was later on before they were gone. And I don't remember Tugboat as much as I remember Earthquake. Or were they the same? Yeah.
Typhoon is his name.
Typhoon.
Yeah, under natural disasters. Yep.
Yeah.
Or the Shockmaster, if you prefer that.
Oh yeah, I do know that because
that's Abomination in WCW.
Yeah.
Basically, it was a bedazzled stormtrooper helmet was what he came to the ring or was supposed to. I don't even know if he ever had a match, but his debut was completely fumbled.
Yeah, because
he fell through the wall.
The wall didn't break all the way. He trips. Mask comes off his fucking head.
Oh yeah, it was terrible. Terrible.
Oh my God.
I would say.
Terrible.
So that part will never go in the Hall of Fame unless it's the Hall of Awful. But these two guys, and John Tenta, unfortunately, Earthquake is no longer with us, but it's good to see that Typhoon will at least be able to enjoy this for sure. That's right. Fred Ottman is Typhoon's real name, debuting in Memphis. In 1986, he would be managed by Downtown Bruno, a.k.a. Harvey Whippleman, if you remember.
Harvey Whippleman was a manager back in the day?
He was young, even when I watched him in WWE, like in the early 90s. He's probably in his 20s at this point, I'd say. Being manager here. So yeah, I know he was young when he managed Sid and Giant Gonzalez and things like that. So
that is right. That is crazy.
It's crazy to think, but yeah, I do think these two guys are very deserving. Like I said, very big, very agile for guys their size. Mm-hmm. Definitely always a big, proponent in the tag team division back in the early 90s. This tag team in particular didn't last a long period of time, but whenever they got together, of course, fans were always in awe of just their sheer size. Mm-hmm. So it was always something and an attraction to watch. Had some great matches with the Nasty Boys, the Legion of Doom, Money Incorporated, the Bushwhackers, those teams back in those days. Yeah, licking their faces, which you probably couldn't do much now.
I remember Money Incorporated.
Yeah, $1 million man. There's always a price. But yes, so good to see these guys get to be in the Hall of Fame. Very well deserved. Looking forward to seeing the induction ceremony for sure. Another bit of news in regards to the Hall of Fame was also announced yesterday during SmackDown, I believe. And as of course, WWE now will be inducting matches into the Hall of Fame, or what they're calling, and it could be more than just matches, but they're calling them immortal moments. And the first one to ever be inducted into the Hall of Fame is, of course, the match between Stone Cold Steve Austin and Bret the Hitman Hart at WrestleMania 13, which is, I don't know if I would put it as the best match of all time, but it is up there in the top 10, I'd say.
In Stone Cold's career.
Yeah,
when he got put in the sharpshooter and he passed out, face covered in blood. It's that image of him yelling.
Yeah, that made his career, yes.
Yeah, that really made Stone Cold after that.
Yeah, this match did solidify Stone Cold Steve Austin as a character and as a pro wrestler in WWE. You probably can't even see it here, but there is a little gif of that moment of him being bloodied right there in the corner there. Again, Stone Cold never tapped out. Bret Hart beat him, but because he passed out.
And he took the hero's way out.
And that match, they beat each other from pillar to post. Very, very violent for those days. For certain, especially for Bret Hart, who was never really known as like the big street fighter type wrestler, more the mat technician, but also obviously was the brawler and things like that. So definitely deserving of a Hall of Fame spot. What are your feelings overall as matches or moments in WWE becoming a new category in WWE Hall of Fame?
I think it's kind of cool because like you get to relive and re-honor some of these guys that were like pillars of the wrestling world at that point in time. And then, they're immortalized in those moments of whatever that may be. Like literally like this moment here with Stone Cold and Bret Hart is again, a pivotal moment in Stone Cold's career. There's plenty of other moments from then that you could use. I mean, think about Taker and Shawn Michaels.
Yeah, that one's definitely going in at some point. 25. Yeah.
Hell, Rockin' Stone Cold.
Or as Mike said in the chat, he loves Austin and Austin Hart match, but in his humble opinion, Steamboat versus Savage from WrestleMania 3 should have been the first inducted. I don't disagree with that. The problem is that was a
workhorse match, though.
Well, that a lot of that is a testament to the era you grew up in. Somebody like me and Mike would probably be more appreciative. A lot of wrestling fans will look at the Savage Steamboat match, they maybe not find it as entertaining, but it was a classic match in the annals of WWE history. And it will go in at some point. I have no doubt in my mind. It's just hard. No matter what match you would have chosen to be the first match to go in was going to take some scrutiny or get criticized or be like, it wouldn't be my, like I said, I wouldn't say this is maybe the best match of all time. It's up there, but yeah, you're right. Maybe there could be many other different, like Hogan Andre will go up in there. Shawn and Bret, WrestleMania 12 Iron Man match, the first Hell in a Cell with Mankind and Taker. Just off the top of my head,
Austin Rock for the Intercontinental title between Razor and Shawn Michaels.
Yeah, exactly. The first, that'll go in there. Hell, even at that exact WrestleMania, Owen and Bret. Earlier on in the night, again, another example of two matches that overshadowed the main event. So. It just depends on what your favorite is. And maybe, I don't know if this will eventually include moments of like other companies they own, like maybe, WCW, maybe like when Hogan turned and joined the NWO, that'd be an immortal moment. I don't know what this is all going to eventually entail. But eventually when you start running out of wrestlers to induct because either they've all passed on or you've inducted them already, maybe this is kind of a route they're going to start taking along with the celebrity wing to kind of keep the Hall of Fame going a little longer. I don't know. But this is well-deserved, and I think it does deserve a spot, all things considered. So did you ever get a chance to see this match at all, Matt or Aaron, anybody?
No, I promise you
didn't. I didn't get to see the
Austin Hart match. I've ever seen this match.
But you have seen this match?
The Austin Hart match? Sure.
Yeah, you've seen this?
You showed it. It was on the DVD you loaned me.
Well, that very well could have been. I didn't know what DVD I loaned you. Brandon did, you mean?
You loaned me a DVD one time, Eric, which I still have, have not given back to you. And it
be kind, please rewind.
History of Stephen and Austin.
Oh, okay. Well, that might be a good one to have. Maybe I want that one back.
Yeah.
Again, I don't have much that plays DVDs anymore.
Oh wow!
If I can find it, you can have it.
I got a PS5 that plays. I think has a DVD slot. Everything else.
In my opinion, I think those two wrestlers are obviously you got two of the best there
Yeah,
in
really
WWE history.
Yeah, no doubt about that.
And I'm not going to disagree with Mike though. I think the Steamboat
Savage were still like
pretty good.
Oh,
too.
it's still a wrestling clinic.
Yeah, those two. I watched that match. I was sweaty watching it. Like the two of them, like
that was a long time ago though.
By the end
in
of
front
that
of
match,
93,000, whatever.
But they were exhausted. There's no way you could do what they did for.
Nobody's seen a match like that during that time frame. Like they transcended, stuff that wrestlers do nowadays. Maybe not as much, but they were leaning toward that agility style that the wrestlers just didn't do back then. So. And by the way, Matt, I don't know if you have to refresh your phone or what, but you're definitely laggy. Just so you know. But anyway, Mike in the chat still said that he still marvels at Steamboat Savage, just also knowing the storyline going into it. If you do moments, toss in Savage Elizabeth reunion at WrestleMania 7 after the career-ending match. Crowd pop big time. Tears were flowing that night for certain, for sure. But yeah, definitely a good one between Warrior and or Savage then too. So another match that overshadowed the main event, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So it does seem to happen where it doesn't matter where you are on the card. You can go out there and steal the show, no doubt about it.
Oh yeah.
But one last thing in the world of professional wrestling I thought we'd talk about tonight, and then we'll move on to other topics. And that is, of course, a little bit of AEW news. Not a ton of stuff going on in AEW right now, outside of just continually to build toward Dynasty. If something important happens, we'll get back to it maybe next week. But AEW, Saraya, formerly known as Paige in the WWE, she has officially let it be known that she is no longer a part of AEW, and she was they parted ways on good terms. It was a mutual agreement between the two parties, and both sides are parting on, quote, excellent terms. Saraya said on the Rule Breakers podcast that she's, quote, I'm here to tell you that me and AEW's relationship has come to an end. I had an amazing time there. There's no bad blood between us. I had such a magical time. There was a small amount of time where she was kind of vocal about potentially, not being used as much as of late in the company, but either those weren't as big of a deal as they were made out to be at the time, or now that it's all water under the bridge and maybe she got released and now she signed an NDA and it just does no good for anybody to talk about it. Either way, she's a free agent now and she can sign wherever she likes if she chooses to continue to wrestle. So thoughts on Paige's career, which, by the way, if you've never seen Fighting with My Family, which is a movie that was done about her start of her career with The Rock in it as well. Definitely good to go check it out. Made by WWE movies, so go check it out. But thoughts on her career and where she might go next or anything?
It's weird because you saw it?
Yeah. What do you think? Good movie?
Pretty good.
Yeah, I thought so too. Very funny, very informative when it comes to the wrestling business too. Yeah.
He is alive.
He talks what he can.
Yeah, where could she go? I don't know. Right now, could she go to WWE? Yeah, but then where would you slot her in at if she went back there? I think for Paige, and this is no slight or no dig, maybe if she does resign with WWE, NXT could be a nice landing spot for her to go. And I'm not saying that because she doesn't belong on the main roster, but it would benefit her and NXT for her to be there because she does have star power.
She definitely takes some young ladies under her wing, for certain.
Or even TNA. There's a lot of good, talented women in TNA that she could work with, and seeing how they have that crossover right now, and it could benefit her later on. Maybe she signs a short-term deal with TNA. On the back half of that, she goes to NXT and does it there. And then I'm not saying she stays down there for years, but keep her down there for maybe a year or two, have her help some of the talent develop down there. And then she gets to come up, after a Rumble or pay-per-view, or, you know what I mean? And SmackDown, I was where I would put her, and let her feud with between Charlotte and Stratton. She could be a good candidate for Jade Cargill. But if you do put her on Raw, again, she would work there too. She could feud with Kyrie, I'm drawing a blank, Rhea, and Asuka, and like Damage Control. Like she could.
You're talking about Io, Dakota Kai.
Yeah, I said, what did I say? Kyrie.
You said Rhea too. She's not even a part of that group.
But Rhea Ripley?
not a part of Damage Control.
No, I wasn't meaning like.
You just been on the roster. Gotcha.
Yeah.
You started rounding off Dakota Kai, then you went to the other Oscar, who's also Damage Control. I thought maybe you were trying to say they were on the same
I was trying to think of all the women on the fucking on the different rosters. And
gotcha. But yeah, on the main roster on Raw or SmackDown, she'd fit in well. Just because they have time for her. You know, we don't want everybody to get pushed aside.
I think that, that's why I think NXT would be a perfect starting point for her.
Yeah, and I think she also mentioned something when she left too about how in AEW she just kind of felt like maybe, you know, she was taking a spot away from someone else who's maybe more deserving of it at this point or something like. I don't know. It's not like she maybe wanted to help the younger people out as well. But ultimately, when her brother was let go by AEW, it was kind of felt like only a matter of time. At that point, you know, unfortunately. But Mike said he had a couple of comments in the chat here. He said, just a quick AEW question. Granted, I don't watch all of AEW and miss some things, but are Adam Cole, Kyle O'Reilly, and Roderick Strong still around, or have they disappeared like Wardlow? No, they're on Collision every single week, and sometimes they're on Dynamite too, but it's more often they're on Collision every single week. They've been kind of feuding a bit. I want to say with the Death Riders or something when it comes to the Trios Championships, maybe kind of getting involved with that. Can't remember who else they've been kind of feuding with, but yeah, they've got a solid program going over there on Collision every single Saturday night. Also have a question for Brandon as well. Were you ever in a battle royal, and if so, how difficult is it to map out and book one of those?
So here's the thing: I didn't book those. Was I in some? Yeah, I was in a couple. It's a lot easier depending on your position in the match and where you're going in that match.
Yeah.
If you're just going out there and all right, I'm only going to be out here for I'm not winning. So I'm only going to be out here for maybe 2 or 3 eliminations and I'm out of here. You know what I mean? But if you're the one that's going the distance, Jesus Christ. Booking them, it just depends on where you are in the story.
Talking about remembering all your spots too and the timing.
Yeah. But see, that's when you pull aside a couple guys that you want to work with. You're like, when are you going out? Okay, cool. Let's do this. And then, when are you going out? All right, cool. This, and do you want me to eliminate you? Or okay, because it furthers whatever story we got going on. We'll do this, and either we'll both get eliminated. You know what I mean? We'll cost each other. It just depends on what you want, what the story is that you want to tell. But ultimately, a lot of for us, at least me, in a sense, the ones I was in, I never won a battle royale, but I was in one long enough. And then I was one of the guys that was the last to be eliminated. And the one I was sick or something. And I was like, listen, I'll get 2 eliminations. Somebody toss me out to the bench because I'm done. It just depends.
Wrap it up, champ.
Let's just go ahead and seal the deal on this deal. It just depends on what do you want to do. But as far as booking goes, again, from a booking standpoint, though, I didn't book any of those, but I was in a lot of talks when we did do some booking and stuff like that. I was asked questions about what I would do or who I would put here in some instances. It just depends on what the story is that you're telling with anything on wrestling. But I will say they're hella fun to do.
Huh. As long as you keep everything straight, that would be my thing.
Again, if you just got to work out with a couple people, and then everybody else is kicks and punches. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a lot of it. Hide in the corner, I'll choke you. One of those deals.
Yeah.
I have a question for you, and this is wrestling related.
Mm-hmm.
Say if you were in a Royal Rumble, like he said, and say if you eliminated the wrong person.
So
it was completely by mistake, and if this guy was supposed to go all the way, and you accidentally effed up, and you just have to make up a. You just go with the flow.
Yeah, you kind of go.
Pray it wasn't on camera.
Yeah, you just go. Okay, well that fucked up. So now
WWE, it probably may have happened once.
I'm sure it's probably happened before.
Well, I'm sure everybody all right, this is the guy.
Yeah.
Be careful with this one. You know what I mean?
But normally too, that guy, you will often see that guy disappear as the ring fills up. Whether he's just off in a corner,
kind of laying around.
Yeah, and they'll leave him alone
for that reason, probably.
For that reason, I mean, they might go over and lay some boots to him. That's why it's more beneficial for those guys to be in there early. That way, they can feign fatigue and stuff like that because they've been in there for so long. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that you can just pop them once or twice in the corner. They fall down.
Was it?
And you can just leave them
Penta that was in it for He was in it for what? 20, at least 40 minutes.
1 foot, both feet touched or whatever. But
yeah, he should have went out that first one. But anyway,
yeah. But the way they played it, he moved his feet.
He was one of those that got eliminated accidentally, and he shouldn't have. But yeah,
he moved his feet so damn quick. But it was like, nah, we got it. We got it.
That's funny. Mike said in the chat, and we'll move on from wrestling. He said, I think the Triple H one time said that Owen Hart held him in a small package in the corner during a Royal Rumble as a prank, and he wouldn't let go.
Oh.
I want to go find that so bad. Owen was such a prankster in real life.
So I've been listening. I've told you about this before. Mm-hmm. I've been listening to this YouTube channel called Wrestling Bios. And if for anybody who wants to really listen to some good commentary and good storytelling, as far as he's doing he does the whole rehashing of the Monday Night Wars. It's called Reliving the War. And he tells from the perspective of he reviews both shows, but he talks about it as if he's watching it for the first time, even though this isn't his first time watching it.
Right.
And I've been listening to this for a long time now at this point, and we finally got to one of the saddest parts in this whole fucking story. And I was telling Aaron, I was at work listening to this, and listening to the rehashing of the whole Owen Hart thing. And again, I seen it. I was watching the pay-per-view when it happened. I knew what had happened to him before anybody else. You could tell what happened to Owen when it happened, and it was super sad. But the sad
I'm glad there's not really footage of it anywhere.
No, and it shouldn't be.
I don't need to see it. No one else does either.
No one needs to see it.
I never did see it, thank God, but I know what happened. It was
But that following Monday Night Owen is what it was called. I was walking around the warehouse listening to this, crying big dog tears, listening to people talk about Owen and the kind of person he was and stuff like that. And it's like, this shit sucked.
Yeah.
But the prankster thing, Shane tells a story about a time that Owen pranked him and Brett because they pranked him. He was going to bed. They were staying at a hotel together. And Owen was going to bed. Well, Brett and Sean were drinking, and they were like, "Let's go wake up Owen." What was that gimmick he was playing at the time? The blue streak or
the blue? I was about to say the blue meanie. That's not it.
No.
Blue blazer.
He goes, "Let's go wake up the Blazer." This is what Brett said to Sean or to Shane. So they go up to the hotel room, and apparently either go up there now. Sean or Brett and Owen are sharing a room. So they open the door and they go in there, and he's laying there sleeping. And I guess Brett just runs over and leaps on top of him. You know what I mean? Next night, Brett couldn't find his boots. They were at a show. Brett couldn't find his boots, and Shane's bag ended up in the shower.
Oh, my God.
And they know who did it because he was sitting in the back watching them look for their stuff, just laughing at them. It was Owen. Owen was infamous for his pranks. They were all lighthearted and funny pranks. But that's all he would rib the shit out of everybody, every chance he got. And there's some of the stories that these guys were telling about Owen, genuine.
I didn't expect that. Sorry.
What?
Aaron changed his online picture. It almost looks like Aaron's top of his head, too.
That's what I thought it was, too. That is hilarious.
Man.
But yes, Owen Hart was
By the way,
hilarious.
if anyone ever wants to get
Wilson.
a good look at Aaron,
I can't wait to... I'm going to try to find that shot, too.
Look up the generic Fallout guy.
That's fucked up.
I think...
the generic Fallout guy.
I think Mike meant Aaron, but yeah.
That
we'll go with Ashton.
Hilarious.
Ashton, yeah, Aaron.
That caught me off guard, Aaron.
We'll go with Ashton.
That caught me off
guard.
Wilson. He changed his name to Wilson.
Did he really? Oh, brother. Mike also said, for those who were inquiring, Dark Side of the Ring this week will feature Ludwig Borga, which I know the name, but not much about him. So apparently,
what is that? I don't know who that is.
It's a wrestler.
I got that much of it, but I just don't know who he is.
I don't know either. I need to watch last week's too. I'm sure it was pretty good because they had a Hell in a Cell. So, so awesome stuff.
But yeah, sure. Owen Hart was a hell of a
Absolutely. And apparently Aaron's a bit of a prankster as well. So there you go.
That's hilarious, Aaron.
Sometimes he can't speak in words, but he speaks in ways that we know not.
Yeah.
So,
Get it.
Anyway,
I wasn't expecting that.
I wasn't expecting that either.
That was
all right. So, well, let's move on to the movie portion of the show. Matt, I definitely want your opinion on the first thing. So, pay attention. But here we go. All right, let's go. All right, so this week marks about a month or so away until we get the debut of Star Wars Andor Season 2 on Disney Plus. And this week they released I think it's a full trailer, it's about a minute and a half trailer for the upcoming season. So I thought we'd take a look at that real quick, let you guys know what we think about it, and let's do that. Here we go.
I came with you to be part of something. The Empire cannot win. It's a different kind of mission. If it goes up in flames, it will burn very brightly.
But if I'm giving up everything, I want to win. We have to. We must stand together. We will be crushed.
Resistance is absurd.
I'm glad he's in this more.
It's a weapon. They're building a weapon. The monster will come for us all.
Revolution is not for the sane. You're right here, and you're ready to fight. There's a future here for those who dare.
Welcome to the rebellion.
All right. I ain't gonna lie.
Okay.
Oh, go ahead.
So
it's getting serious now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because now this is something that Rebels has really touched on. And when I mean touched on, I mean like they've just barely skimmed the surface.
Okay. Elaborate.
Andor really shows me what being in the Empire in that time period, and what I mean just when it was starting, was how it was like.
Well, at this point, it's probably going on about 10 years, about 20 years at this point, actually.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Probably 10 years after. It does say 10 years later.
It's about about 17, 18, about the age of Luke or whatever it was. And, so yeah. It's been 17 some years. Yeah. Anyway.
I'm curious if now this may be even indirectly related. Okay. And this is just a shot in the dark. I'm curious if Andor will have anything to do with Rey's parents.
I mean, that is definitely a shot in the dark.
This would be around that. This would be around towards the end of this time period. Would be around that time period.
I mean, you're actually, you're
towards the
Rey would have to be like
period.
Rey would have to be like 40 though, because there's 30 years between episode 6 and 7. And I don't think she's that old in episode 7. But
I'm talking like end of Andor's time period is so fascinating because there's so many gaps you can fulfill. It basically, what this series looks like is it looks like it's the Senate being kind of pushed to the side about the construction of the Death Star.
Well, being kept in the dark mostly on it too,
Yeah.
But yeah. But
You remember.
I have to take care of
you remember how when they started the New Hope, and they said that their spies are everywhere.
Yes.
I kind of see that vibe. Spies are everywhere.
Well, and that was alluded to in Rogue One a little bit when beginning of the movie. Yeah.
Yes. I mean, there's spies everywhere. It's the Empire spying on the rebels. The rebels are spying on the Empire. They're trying to figure out what they're doing. They're trying to trying to stay ahead before this galactic conquest or this galactic conquest, for this galactic war kind of takes shape. It's kind of taking shape. And they don't really tell you this in Star Wars, but the Galactic Civil War was a lot longer than the Clone Wars was. They don't really tell you this in Star Wars.
Yeah, I mean, technically the Galactic Civil War didn't start until like A New Hope. It was not really a war; it was just a beatdown before that.
Yes,
you know what I'm saying. So, I mean, the Galactic Civil War didn't last a long time either. But
people can make fun of me all you want to, but the way I've always, Eric, you may view this differently than I do too. When I view the Galactic Civil War, when that really took place, when it really started, was when they bombed Edu in the Rogue One.
Yeah, I would say
that
that's
move by the rebels was like, okay.
Oh, it was their first major victory.
That's the first.
Yeah,
that was their first shot across the bow of the Empire, because what they had done is the Empire was just pushing them, and they were pushing them and pushing them, and just constantly, just complete control.
Yeah,
the Empire was in complete control at that point, and the rebels are just like this band of renegades. And rebels, they call them a cell, because that's the truth.
Yeah, they were one of many cells that formed the rebellion.
They're just a cell of each other.
Rebels was another cell. This is one fantastic. Cell. Yeah. Well, they did say that by the end of season.
This show looks fantastic.
Now they also said, I think there's 12 episodes in this season, if I'm not mistaken. And they said it's either 12 or 9. Either way, every 3 episodes in this season will take place over the course of a year. So after the first 3 episodes, you'll jump a year. The second 3 episodes, and you'll jump another year, and so on. And it'll lead up to the very beginning of Rogue One, a Star Wars story of the film. They said once you watch this show, you're going to be able to go back and watch Rogue One immediately once the season ends, and you may even view certain things in Rogue One a little bit differently. So I'm kind of curious to see what that will entail, whether it makes me just appreciate the movie more, or it kind of changes some things about the way I felt about the film. Either way, I think it's definitely going to get more
Saw Gerrera
about Andor the character, at least. Yeah. Saw Gerrera's in this a lot more. I'm glad to see Krennic in this for sure, because it will tie more. We're going to get K2SO this season, which we did not have last season, so we're going to see that as well. I don't know if they'll cover how they met and all that stuff. They kind of did that in a comic book at one point, but I would like to see it on film. But obviously the films and the shows outrank the comics in canon, if that was the case. But we'll have to wait and see how that goes. But yeah, I think this looks great. He obviously appears to have some sort of love interest in this second season. So I don't know how that'll play into things, going into, where he meets Jyn Erso and stuff like that in the film or not. But just the way that they're going to continue to build this, as Matt said, kind of the intrigue around the Senate and stuff. Obviously in episode 4, there's a line where the Senate has basically been absolved, and the regional governors will be the ones to have direct control over their territory. So we may see the evolution of that to some degree, which would be cool. So yeah, I'd love to see the Emperor kind of addressing the Senate. I like to see things like that. Well, I don't know if we'll get any of that or not, but all that could be in play.
And I will say this for those of you who have seen Rogue One and know who Krennic is. I don't look at Krennic like he's a friendly character.
Well, no,
okay?
Of course not.
Krennic's not a friend.
Well, you just watch Rogue One to see that. Come on, man.
Yeah, but the way he got shit on, and you know what I'm talking about. I don't want to ruin it for fans who have not seen Rogue One. But
I am glad to see he looks to be in this more than he originally looked.
That's what I was about to say.
Yeah, because at first I thought it was going to be a cameo only.
Probably wasn't.
Well, yeah, because originally I thought it was going to be a cameo only role.
In Rogue One.
Yeah, well, I mean, he got a good portion of that film, but I just feel like in this series, it looked like maybe he's just going to be kind of a little bit there toward the end, tying it in. But now it looks like he might actually have maybe a little bit maybe not every episode, clearly, but maybe an episode here or there he might show up in and give a little bit of narrative to it. So I'm looking forward to it. But yeah, this does look like the best thing that Star Wars has produced in quite a while. Now, I liked Ahsoka season 1. Some people did not. But since probably the Mandalorian season 2, this looks to be about one of the better things that Disney Plus and Star Wars and Lucasfilm over there have put out. So I'm hopeful that it will live up to the first
one
season.
Character.
Which one?
That's the one character that I'm waiting to see in Andor, and I haven't seen him yet.
Who?
I'm waiting to see Thrawn.
Thrawn's not anywhere near. He's in another universe at this point because remember Ezra shipped him out. Well, man, you might not be wrong because the way again, like this takes place over the course of a year here and there. You might get a little bit of him early on, but toward the end of the season, he'll be transported. But yeah, early in the season, you might see Thrawn.
I'm not talking about.
That's a long shot. I know, yeah. Before he gets shipped off with Ezra, maybe.
I'm just saying that would have been a character that would have been interesting in Andor.
I mean, never say never. That is a possibility, I guess. But yeah, you're not wrong. So yeah, good call. Nice. But yeah, that would be a cool little fun cameo surprise if that ends up happening. But let's have to wait and see how that goes. But I'm looking forward to season 2 for certain. Hopefully Brandon will come back here at some point too. But yeah, so I thought we'd move on to another trailer reaction. I thought we'd talk about here real quick. And that is, of course, I don't know if any of you really watched the Final Destination movies at all. I don't know if anybody's a fan of that here.
No.
Brandon may watch more of them than anybody, but
no.
There was not really.
Yes.
Yes. Was that
I've
Aaron?
never seen Final Destination.
Oh, well, there's a new trailer for the newest version coming out, and it's called Final Destination Bloodline. So I thought we'd watch it real quick and let you guys know what we think about it. So here we go.
Drinks all around. Say oh, 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 oh.
Uh-oh.
Family, you don't get to pick the one you get.
Oh, he ain't gonna swallow the ice or the glass.
I always knew this day would come.
I got it.
There he is.
I don't think you got it.
I held him off for years.
Charlie, get up here.
Stop. He's like,
he's a relentless son of a bitch.
well, this is just going all sorts of mad.
Won't stop till he finishes the job. Death is coming for our family.
I said oh, 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 oh.
No. That went way differently than I thought it would.
Grandma, what's happening to us?
Years ago, I had a premonition that started it all. I saw what death was about to do.
Yo.
I saved a lot of lives that night.
Everyone needs to get off the dance floor!
Lives that were never meant to be saved. But death doesn't like it when you mess with his plans. This book, it will show you everything you need to know to keep our family safe.
It all started with Grandma. Death is coming for us because we were never supposed to exist. What?
Only by embracing death will it pass you by.
Maybe death's not actually coming for our family. Because that would be crazy.
Brother. Oh, man.
Good luck.
So, yeah, I mean, these are kind of along the horror element of movies, but at the same time, they're kind of fun just to kind of see how they can come up with new ways to kill their unsuspecting victims here.
This movie changed a lot of people see certain things in life now.
I'll tell you one thing. This.
Yeah.
I still to this day do not like driving behind this truck.
We switch lanes. We don't get behind trucks like that.
No. I mean, that one movie ruined it for everybody.
Yeah.
Forever.
Man.
I mean, tanning beds when that one.
Yep.
I mean, another thing, I mean, cancer might get you with that one, but if that will, scorching you to death is another good way to go. But yeah, there's a lot. But yeah, just the creativity of the deaths in these movies are intriguing to me, at least. And it's been a while since I've seen some of the Final Destination movies. And outside of, I don't know if Brandon really got into them or not, but everybody else doesn't seem to watch too many of them. But I just thought it was an intriguing trailer to get involved with and maybe talk about a little bit here. But yeah, I think it at least looks like it could be a lot of fun. I don't know how many are actually in the series at this point. But yeah, I mean, does this guy's too many? You think it's not as bad as some franchises, I wouldn't think, but there's quite a few. I mean, that's what horror movies do in general.
The movies are bad. It's just that I don't see. Brandon may have a different outlook than I do about this. I don't celebrate making a movie about death.
Here's the thing. That's the thing with these movies.
People dies in all sorts of movies, man.
But it's one of these movies that, like,
I know
it's the most realistic way that people could die. These are just, from all different perspectives, these are accidents.
Yeah.
Really happen on a daily basis. But it's something about putting that mortality in front of you that's jarring. And it's like,
it does make people think about their own.
Yes, because there's no monster chasing you. There's no serial killer after you. There's no ghost of apparition or anything like that. It's just the promise of death.
Even though in these movies, it's almost like a monster is chasing you, especially the ones who have the premonitions.
Yeah.
It's like they know it's coming or something's going to happen. So they're trying to constantly avoid it.
But those premonitions also are like people's gut instincts when they can feel something's not right and they avoid doing something that day simply because, and then you'll hear about an accident that took place and you're like, I was supposed to be there. Like, you know what I mean? Like that was
supposed to have been me. Yeah.
Yeah. These movies,
it definitely creeps you out a little bit.
Yeah.
If you
And the thing is, like, you'll see, just like in the lead up before any of that shit happened, you saw all the pieces in the place and you were like, oh no.
Yeah.
Oh no.
I thought for sure the guy was going to swallow that piece of glass. It didn't happen that way.
Again, it's the lead up to it because you're like, well, that's not good. And then nothing happens with that certain thing.
Uh-huh.
But then that certain thing, then that certain thing causes another chain reaction. It's just like there's all these possibilities. Which one is it going to be? And then it's like a domino effect when it happens. So it is so jarring to watch these movies, and I love watching them.
Yeah,
like I love the Final.
I haven't seen one in a long time,
dude. Where the dude thought he survived the whole thing and walks out of that bar, and the fucking plane just lands on him.
Yeah,
I was done. I was like, the black dude made it through the movie. I was like,
I didn't think it like that, but yeah,
I did. I was like, the black dude made it through the movie.
Yeah.
He walked out that bar. I said, no fucking shot.
Well, we should have known better than that.
You thought? He's like, nope, forget that. But yeah, I mean, I don't know if this is one of those movies I would necessarily say I check out in theaters myself.
Mm-hmm.
It might be something I, get online or rent or check it out on streaming at some point. Yeah. I guess renting's not really a thing much anymore. But anyway, I guess you can on streaming. But
it is so
crazy. Yeah. So I don't know. But if you're into that sort of thing, I think it looks pretty decent, all things considered. And I'm not somebody who always gets into these type of movies, but I think it looks pretty fun. So that's always cool to see. So next up is of course I think the biggest movie news topic of the week. So you're gonna have to give me a second here to set this up because this one you're gonna have to let me go for a minute because it's kind of timed. But here we go. This is of course the Avengers Doomsday Cast reveal. Big news this week in the world of Marvel. In a 5.5-hour live stream, Marvel Studios officially announced its first wave, and I repeat, first wave of cast members for the upcoming Avengers Doomsday film that is now officially in production and shooting. The stream started at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time and lasted all the way until 4:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The very long stream unveiled one new name every 12 minutes on the back of set chairs. And if you were watching the stream live, you had to wait exactly 12 minutes between names as they revealed them one at a time over the course of the day this past Wednesday. The massive stream amassed 275 million digital views across all platforms, making it Marvel's biggest live stream ever. But the MCU is dead, huh? People were literally watching chairs for 5 freaking hours. For those who think the MCU is dead or there is superhero fatigue, need only look at the success of this marketing strategy, which many people didn't even like because they had to sit so long for the next reveal. It was almost akin to a visit to the Bureau of Motor Vehicles. However, successful nonetheless. Reports state that this is only about half the cast that you are seeing come across your screen right now. And of course, the live stream ended with Robert Downey Jr., Dr. Doom himself, sitting in the final chair as he reminded everyone to be quiet on the set, and he welcomed the world to the cast of the latest Marvel blockbuster film. And of course, they unveiled the new logo for the as well at the end. So, yes, this was a big deal for Marvel Studios this week, and it got everybody.
Yeah.
First, we're not too excited, but by the end of it, people started to get more excited. Now, in total, 27 cast members have been unveiled so far. Let me see if I can a little more. Here we go. All right. So 20.
Can you zoom in on that a little bit?
That's about as far as I can get right there. You're on a phone. This is why you need a monitor. But anyway,
that's fine. This is fine. This is perfect.
But yeah, 27 cast members for Avengers Doomsday so far have been confirmed, including Robert Downey Jr.'s Dr. Doom, Chris Hemsworth's Thor, Tom Hiddleston's Loki, Paul Rudd's Ant-Man, Simu Liu's Shang-Chi, Pedro Pascal's Reed Richards, Vanessa Kirby's Sue Storm, Joseph Quinn's Johnny Storm, Ibn Moss Bachrach The Thing, Lewis Pullman's Sentry, Ian McKellen's Magneto, Sebastian Stan's Bucky, Kelsey Grammer's Beast, James Marsden's Cyclops, Channing Tatum's Gambit, Rebecca Romijn's Mystique, Patrick Stewart's Professor X, Alan Cumming, his Nightcrawler, Letitia Wright's Black Panther / Shuri, Tinoch Huerta Mejia, his Namor, Danny Ramirez as Falcon, Anthony Mackie as Captain America Sam Wilson, Florence Pugh as Yelena Belova, Wyatt Russell as U.S. Agent, David Harbour as Red Guardian, Hannah John Kamen as Ghost, and Winston Duke as M'Baku from Black Panther. So, notable names that were kind of surprises include Loki, considering at the end of Loki season 2.
The smile on my face.
Yeah, well, you okay? Are you excited? Is that what I'm getting here?
I'll get to it in a minute.
All right, well, let me finish.
Loki, I'll let you finish.
At the end of season 2, Loki is literally holding the multiverse in his hands. So a lot of people wondered if he was going to make a return. Well, his inclusion gives hopes to the line that he spoke in Infinity War to Thor just before Loki was killed by Thanos, that the sun will shine upon them again someday. So it may finally come to fruition that Loki and Thor will have the sun shine upon them again, as it'll be the first time in 8 years since Thor and Loki have been seen on screen together in the same film. And while there are some notable names not mentioned from the OG X-Men crew, I fully expect more to join this film. But the X-Men will officially be returning. The OG X-Men will be returning and officially debuting in the MCU in some cases, along with Channing Tatum's Gambit also joining the ranks once again. So yeah, this image is just the OG original X-Men characters. But like I said, I expect more, because when you look at the actual image from the 2000s X-Men film, only 2 of the 7 here have officially been announced. So I expect the other 5 to also be announced. So yeah, but we'll have to wait and see when that happens. Now, as I mentioned before, though, this is reportedly only half of the cast. And as Wong so eloquently put it in Endgame, you wanted more? Yes, Wong. Yes, we do. We absolutely want more in this movie if you could give it to us. And Marvel has officially revealed, and they've stated that they are not done revealing cast members just yet for the film, and they will do so soon enough. They even trolled Robert Downey Jr. on Instagram when Robert Downey Jr. got online and said, "That's what you call a deep bench of talent. Actually, it's more like a row, but an extra long one. That must be it, right?" And Marvel Studios replied, "There's always room for more." So it definitely appears we're going to be getting more. But we know who was confirmed, but who was not confirmed. As of right now, not confirmed so far are Tom Holland's Spider-Man, Mark Ruffalo's Hulk, Benedict Cumberbatch's Doctor Strange, Elizabeth Olsen's Scarlet Witch, Denai Guerrero's Okoye, Chris Pratt's Star-Lord, Don Cheadle's War Machine, Evangeline Lilly's The Wasp, Brie Larson's Captain Marvel, Iman Vellani's Miss Marvel, Teyana Paris's Monica Rambeau. Don't ask me to pronounce the name of the actress who plays America Chavez. Wong, Tatiana Maslany's She-Hulk, Oscar Isaac's Moon Knight, Charlie Cox's Daredevil, Jeremy Renner's Hawkeye, Haley Steinfeld's Kate Bishop, Paul Bettany's Vision, the young man who plays Wiccan. I don't remember his name. We got Hugh Jackman's Wolverine, Ryan Reynolds' Deadpool, Sam Jackson's Nick Fury, and Tessa Thompson's Valkyrie. On top of not even listed here, Daphne Keene's S23, Halle Berry's Storm, Famke Jensen's Jean Grey, Anna Paquin's Rogue, Sean Ashmore's Iceman, Josh Brolin's Cable or Thanos, Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield's Spider-Man, John Bernthal's Punisher, Catherine Newton's Cassie Lang or Stature, Scarlett Johansson's Black Widow, maybe, Haley Atwell's Captain Carter, Chris Evans's Captain Hydra, Johnny Storm, Captain America, Vin Diesel, Groot, Bradley Cooper, Rocket Raccoon, and Wesley Snipes, Marsha Herschel, Ollie's Blade, Jennifer Garner's Elektra, or potentially the entire cast of Eternals. So there's still a lot of names that it did not make the initial cut. And not to mention a bunch of other variants for the series before that. Matt, stop trolling. But this film, as I've stated, sure. This film, and as I've stated many times, along with Secret Wars, will be huge for the MCU moving forward. Secret Wars in the comics makes Infinity War look like child's play. Not to mention there's 20 years of story to wrap up, and even years before that. So I personally like to see them make this a trilogy of films for Avengers, with Doomsday in 2026 being the first, and splitting Secret Wars into 2 films. I know technically Doomsday is part 1, Secret Wars is part 2, but you can potentially even make this a trilogy, splitting Secret Wars up again. And I personally would love to see Avengers Doomsday be part 1. You could definitely go with Avengers versus X-Men as part 2 and Secret Wars as part 3. So I don't, as of right now, it sounds like the Avengers versus X-Men story element is going to be incorporated into the Doomsday film, which is still awesome. But I just think there's enough story here to justify expanding this plan to 3 films to be the final culmination of the 20 years in the MCU, the Marvel's universes even before that, as well as setting up the stage for the reboot to follow to properly tell the story. I just feel like it would take a Lord of the Rings type effort. And don't be surprised if it does happen. But as of right now, it is still 2 films.
Thoughts? It's definitely at the Lord of the Rings level effort that they're going to take to pull this off. And do I think they're going to pull it off? Sure. Yeah. Look at the list of cast they've already got already.
Yeah. And for Brandon,
they're going to add more.
For Brandon, who was away, this is the 27 members of the Avengers Doomsday cast we know officially as of right now. Wow. If you want to see the list of characters who are not confirmed yet, but most of them probably will be, as this is the first cast reveal of the new Marvel Avengers movie. Thoughts on who they included? Thoughts on who they excluded? Who do you think should be added or anything like that? What are your thoughts on this overall cast?
What do you think, Brandon?
As he takes it all in. He's looking over it.
I'll get to my point before he gets to that.
Yeah, go ahead.
This cast right here is a home run in itself. And this is if you're telling me this is half of what at least
according to reports, they say this is half or around half.
Let me tell you something. Avengers Doomsday, and I'm just calling it right now, like Babe Ruth did in the World Series. This movie will be good, not because because it has to be. No, I'm not jinxing it.
You better not
jinxing it.
Okay, I'll come right after you. Do.
Yeah. This movie will be good, and here's why it will be good. Okay, it will be good because MCU has put so much time and effort and careful planning and they've been so meticulous with their characters in the past couple of years. It was almost like they knew they were going to do this, right?
Well, over the last few years, they've definitely been planning for this particular thing, yeah.
All that scheming that I hear you and Brandon getting all at the table.
Sweaty over?
Getting excited. You hear about X-Men names popping up. I'm telling you, it looks like the MCU are going to give the fans what they want.
Well, I mean,
I've noticed that, but I'm just saying I've noticed that theme with MCU movies. They've not listened to outside sources. They've listened to what their fans have wanted.
Right. Well, to some, yeah.
And I think that theme has worked for them. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, and if you look at the players that are confirmed, like you've got the entire set of Thunderbolts outside of Taskmaster, Taskmaster, who many feel now that she's probably going to die in Thunderbolts, which a lot of people thought that initially anyway, because she's not in the trailer very much. So that may happen there. But the other members are all here. The entire Fantastic Four, which they're also setting up. Plus, you're getting returning characters like Shang-Chi, obviously M'Baku, and Shuri, as well as Namor from Black Panther 2. Ant-Man by himself, interestingly
I
enough.
will bet, Eric, I want this on live. I will bet you $10 right now that Robert Downey Jr. is the bad guy for the Fantastic Four.
A lot of people at least think he'll be in it. Galactus is also in that movie.
Yeah, Galactus is in that movie.
No, I think
I know
Robert Downey Jr. make an appearance. Yeah, absolutely, he could.
I bet you $10 that he is in a post-credit scene.
Probably.
That very well may be possible. Yeah, if not even a little more, maybe. But yeah.
If you say this is half, because I was like, there's no Jean Grey. There's no.
Here's the other half that has not been announced yet. Yeah. Plus a few others. But yeah, no Jean Grey, no Storm, no Wolverine, no Deadpool, no Rogue, no Iceman. But again, if you get 7, 7 if you count Gambit to this list of X-Men returning. Gambit's kind of not the OG X-Men. He was in Deadpool and Wolverine. So good to at least see Channing Tatum getting another shot, because I think he killed
he was part of it. Well, I guess
not in the movies, but yes, yeah.
I think Channing Tatum, because he did good in Deadpool, why should he not be in
I think that's exactly their thought behind it now.
I love the fact that Beast is such an important part to the X-Men.
Yeah.
Even Nightcrawler.
Oh, yeah, sure.
But these are the original actors from 20 years ago.
What was he, an ambassador in the 20?
At one point, but I think they're
version?
Yeah, at one point, but it seems like they're kind of going to take what they're calling the Divergent X-Men universe, and just kind of taking all the characters, saying they were all in this universe, because the Fox timeline's a little muddled. So they're going to put them all in one X-Men universe and say, here you go. And I think they're the ones who's going to collide with the 616 Marvel universe when an incursion happens in Doomsday, which is going to start the whole thing with Doomsday and all that sort of stuff. So it's all going to make sense. And if you take everything that they're doing with the X-Men team, the Avengers, who are going to have a new roster, and based on this this cast list here, it looks like the new Avengers could potentially be Sam Wilson leading maybe Thor, Ant-Man, the new Falcon, Shang-Chi, who else here? Yeah, maybe they're the core group. Maybe Yelena. Well, Yelena's part of
that would be the Avengers.
The Black Panthers, Shuri and Black Panther.
Sure, this movie,
they would be the new Avengers. You got the X-Men team. You've got the Fantastic Four. You've got the Thunderbolts. All different teams could all come into conflict with one another. It may not be just straight up Avengers versus X-Men, but all these teams colliding. And to try, and once you start bringing in the other characters like Spider-Man and Doctor Strange and Hulk, and who's also got other Hulk friends like She-Hulk and his son, and there's all sorts of different things you can do with this. So, and it definitely ties into the Secret Wars storyline. So, even though we may not get Avengers versus X-Men with a second film, this is going to lead into Secret Wars, where even if all these other characters are not confirmed for this first film, they all will definitely be in Secret Wars, because that's when things are just going to go nuts, like Endgame did. You know what I'm saying? So, I'm excited for this. I'm actually hoping they announce the other half of this cast very soon, because the reason why they basically revealed it now is because the film is now shooting, and you can't hide this anymore. You've got to tell everybody who's in this for the most part, because there's going to be set photos that get out and things like that. So the other half is going to be coming very soon, maybe even as soon as CinemaCon this next week. So thoughts on this? What are you?
I still think they're going to like their surprises, Eric.
Yeah.
They're
going to be some. Yeah, no doubt.
Keep their surprises.
Yeah. But if it's like Hugh Jackman or Deadpool,
let me tell you the reason. Let me tell you the reason why I'm going to go see this movie, and you can laugh at me if you want. Robert Downey Jr. is the villain.
Yeah. Well, and I still think there's a chance that, like, once you get the Battle World and stuff in Secret Wars, and all these universes start colliding and stuff, that we may see variants of Captain America or old Iron Mans. But you tell me Robert Downey Jr. gonna play Iron Man again?
I'm just saying he's not just that villain. He's the villain.
Yeah, and if
Like
they keep
the
God Emperor
main
Doom,
villain.
he's going to make Thanos look like a child. You know,
Look like a kid. I mean, it's going to be lightning, fire, death.
Yeah.
You know,
it's just impressive to me
gonna
how
be bad.
everybody wants, like I said earlier, everybody wants to say the MCU is dead or Marvel's dead, but literally people were watching 5.5 hours of chairs being revealed with the names on the back of them on Wednesday. So 275 million digital views of that live stream. So
that's crazy.
That's nuts. Now, granted, could they have revealed it in a better way? Yeah, because waiting 12 minutes between names to be revealed the last 5.5 hours, you could have done in that quick video I showed you at the beginning where they ran through it in about a minute.
They like their surprises, though.
But they wanted to build intrigue. They wanted to build up those live stream numbers throughout the course of the day. That may very well happen again whenever they decide to reveal this second half. But yeah, I mean, this has definitely got me excited for next May, not this May, but next May in 2026 and May in 2027. I'd still like to see maybe, like I said, an Avengers versus X-Men film solely focused on that, like Captain America Civil War. Maybe come out the November of 2026, make them 6 months apart between the trilogy. That would be awesome. They're filming Secret Wars this year as well. That's something I think a little later in the year, but you could definitely conceivably do that and throw in a Spider-Man 4 in between these films, you know, at the same time too, coming up before Secret Wars. So there's actually rumor that Spider-Man's Tom Holland may not be involved in this movie because of that. That he's also shooting a Christopher Nolan film right now. He may not be involved, but that'd be kind of a mistake in my opinion. I think there's ways to do it.
My worries about Tom Holland's Spider-Man continuing.
What are you worried about? You think he's going to die?
Is that the way that you ended, the way that they ended No Way Home, and it's like,
well, no one will remember who he is, but they remember Spider-Man.
They won't remember.
They just don't remember Peter. So in a way that lends credence to the fact that how Tom Holland can still be in this movie, even though he's filming another movie right now. All you got to do is have a stunt guy in there with a mask on. You have him come in and do voiceover because nobody knows who he is anyway. So he's going to leave the mask on to keep his identity a secret. And then, so there's ways of doing that. But they're going to have him obviously show his face as much as they can. But so, yeah, I mean, and not, like I said, you bring in Toby and Andrew in Secret Wars and maybe like Nicolas Cage's Ghost Rider, things like that. You can get really crazy in Secret Wars. So, yeah, this has got big potential if you ask me. And I was definitely excited to see this. So any other thoughts on this?
No. I guess there's a couple I want to see still added, and sure, it doesn't have to be this whole fucking roster, but the majority.
What are your thoughts on bringing the OG X-Men back?
That would be dope.
One final time before the X-Men is recast in the
that would be dope.
I know a lot of people feel like, well, the X-Men's had their final hurrah a lot of times. We had Days of Future Past, then Logan and Professor X died in Logan, and then of course you had Deadpool, Wolverine. They had that nice send off at the end of the film, and now we're bringing them back one more time. It's like I feel like it just keeps happening, but I think this makes narrative sense to do so when you're talking about multiple universes, especially when at the end of the Marvels, which a lot of people didn't really want to watch or whatever, they actually had the most relatively important post-credit scene when Monica Rambeau is transported to another universe and ends up being with Beast over in the X-Men world. This is going to tie into this film. So it makes sense to do this. So I'm looking forward to, I just pray that good old Patrick Stewart and Ian McKellen, who are in their 80s now, can continue to last as long as they can through these films as well, because we, God forbid, don't want anything to happen to them anyway, but want to see them come back. I want to see Ian McKellen come back as Gandalf one more time as well for you Lord of the Rings fans out there in the hunt for Gollum. But yeah, I think it's got great potential. Can't wait to see the X-Men. I would love to see X-Men versus Avengers. But to me, I am going to feel a little cheated if it's X-Men versus Avengers, and we're not going to get to see Chris Evans, Captain America, and Tony Stark against the X-Men. It's going to be like the B version of the Avengers right now against the X-Men. That'll kind of suck, which may be why they're not going to turn it into a full-blown film at the moment. So that could make some sense too. So, but what are your guys' thoughts? Comment below. Let us know what you guys think about the Avengers Doomsday cast and whether or not they're going to make it to 3 films or kind of just keep it all into 2. So just let us know.
Listen,
right now, looks great.
I don't know who is snoring, whether it's the dog or the wife. The thing, whoever it is out. Big dog.
For your future of your marriage, it's the dog. let's put it that way.
Nah, kicking them back, buddy.
All right, the next bit of movie news I thought we'd talk about here involves a little bit of video games, as a matter of fact, as it has now been officially announced that the Legend of Zelda live-action film will be officially released worldwide on March 26, 2027. Currently set to release the exact same day as Godzilla x Kong 3 and 1 week after Sonic the Hedgehog 4. Why they did not choose to release this about a month later in April of 2007 is beyond me, because currently that month is completely free. Instead, they chose to put it right in the middle of two heavy hitters at the box office. There are some reports out there that state this film is being planned as the first in a trilogy, and the actors will be signed on for 3 films over the course of about 6 years. So what are your thoughts on a live-action Zelda and coming out in about 2 years' time? Boo from Aaron.
Boo. Never understood.
You're going to get boos for me, too.
Zelda. When, Link is... I get it. There was a Link game. I know because I had it. But it was always called The Legend of Zelda when Zelda was really never
the MacGuffin, basically. It was like if you were to call Mario Peaches.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Or Peach. Yeah.
But let's be honest.
Don't make me sing the song.
I loved the Zelda games when I was a kid.
Yeah.
You know? Now, granted, I've never had a chance to play Breath of the Wild and all that, like the newer ones and stuff. And they look amazing. They do. They look like themselves.
It looks like something to be right up your alley too, really.
It depends. It depends on how well they do it and how true to the story they stick to. Now, The Legend of Zelda, legitimately could be a great movie in the aspect of you can tell that as a one-to-one comparatively.
Yes.
That it'll be a great series. You know what I mean? Movie, I think you could have probably got more miles out of it if you turn it into an episodical thing and put it on TV.
I actually thought when they announced this that making it animated like Mario would have been the better route.
Yes, too. Yeah, because there's a lot of
I can see that, Eric.
But it did work for Sonic. I mean, and if I understand this is being filmed in New Zealand too, which is, for those of you nerds out there, know that's where they filmed Lord of the Rings for a lot of their stuff, especially in the Shire.
So it could be just like that.
Yeah, I mean, it could look great. And it's the guy who directed the most recent Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes too. So he knows how to do things with cinematography. So very well, yeah.
But I mean, it won't make enough money to be
Which
better
Planet
than
of the
Godzilla.
Apes?
Kingdom, the last one.
I didn't see the last one. I heard it sucked.
It was. I don't know if it was as good as the ones with Caesar, but still good. And I'm looking forward to the future.
But that's the thing, because Caesar wasn't in it. That's people's issue.
It's hundreds of years after Caesar. So I mean,
with this, like I said, this is the opportunity to make a video game movie right. You can do a one-to-one with Zelda, because Zelda's story would fit a fucking fantasy movie if you stuck to it.
But will it make more money than Godzilla?
Well, that's the thing. It's coming out the same day as Godzilla. Which is a mistake. One of them will move. They have to.
You are underestimating the fandom and cultural following that Zelda has.
I'm not. I'm just shitting on this movie before it's made.
It could very well surpass that.
It could. It's just dumb business to release them both the same day.
You're right.
One of them will move. But yeah, it could very well outgrow Godzilla. I didn't think the last Godzilla movie was that good. Personally.
-1 was great.
Just a question. Do you think it will make more money than Lilo and Stitch?
It's not coming out with Lilo and Stitch, but
it could.
Do you think it will make more money than Lilo and Stitch?
Yeah, I do.
It's going to be close.
I do. Because of
Brandon may be right. I mean,
a generation of people my age and older who grew up playing the Zelda fucking games.
See, I didn't grow up on Zelda.
There are people who, 1,000%.
They've been around. I don't know where you've been.
Yeah, seriously.
They didn't go away anywhere since the last 3 years.
You're old gamers right there,
since a regular Nintendo, they've been around every version.
This is before you could save progress, son. You had to slog through these fucking things.
Pretty much. Which brings me to my next question. What was your favorite Legend of Zelda game? I'll start. Mine's the Ocarina of Time.
I never played the Ocarina of Time, and it's shitty because I wish I would have.
It's a good one.
The only one I played the Legend of Zelda, and I played Link. And the only reason I remember Link because the gold cartridge.
Right. Well, and I think part of the reason I liked Ocarina of Time, obviously the Ocarina, which he's playing here, but
story,
good story. Plus, it was one of the big games on the Nintendo 64 when it came out and stuff like that. Plus, I remember sitting in my buddy Jeremy's house for hours, and literally all we would do. There was a spot in the game where you could go and just fish. And it was fun just to see who could catch the bigger fish and try to reel it in without losing it. It was a great time.
Here's the thing. You look at this right now. Like, just take this in for a second.
Yeah.
You remember when we thought that these were the pinnacle of graphics?
This was cutting edge when we were in about our teenage years. This was cutting edge graphics, Matt, right here.
Look at that.
Yeah,
what are you talking about?
Think about video games now, right? From where they are.
Yeah.
And you're like, ugh. This
is garbage compared to that, but this was way better than anything we had.
This is still S tier graphics. I don't care what.
Yeah, that old GoldenEye game, man, holds up.
Brother, yeah, you can't tell me shit. GoldenEye was it, brother. That Perfect Dark, see me, son. The laptop gun in Perfect Dark, it was a wrap for you. You understand me?
Yeah. And I don't care who you were in the Mario 64 game, you threw the little penguin off the cliff. Don't lie to me. You did it. We all did it. And we're all going to have to pay for that one day.
I did not do it.
Yes, you did. You liar. You lie so much.
Everybody.
I can guarantee you I did not do it.
The only reason you did it was because it was there.
Well, then you wanted to see the mama go,
Oh, stop it. Aaron, don't lie to us.
Oh, my God.
I mean, we all did it. That poor penguin.
You killed that penguin.
God.
I mean, for those of you who don't know what we're talking about, there was a spot in the game where literally you were on a snow cliff and there was a little penguin with its mother, and you could literally pick the penguin up and drop him off the side of the cliff.
In Mario.
And you did it the first time by accident. And it was
fair. After that, it became funny. You know, it's like then we all became evil.
It's one of those things that you did it, and you're like, I didn't know you could fucking do that.
Like, whoa, what else can you do? You know, and that's why now to this day, every game we have, we try every door, we try every window, every little thing you can just see what will happen.
That's why you can't, like, now gamers nowadays who grew up back then were, and again, Zelda is a perfect example of that. Zelda had a bunch of hidden shit if you just looked around.
Yeah.
You broke. Yeah. Zelda is the cause of most people now with gaming, to where if you can break it, you're doing it. Like, because you don't know what's in there. Any adventure game or RPG game that you play now, you will break every pot and box you see because of Zelda.
Yeah, because you never know what's going to be hidden. Yeah. I mean, they're Easter eggs for a reason,
Check
like
every
they
door,
literally used to sell player guides yay thick for like the Zelda games back in the day, so you could find every little secret that the developers put in there, and they sold for what, $40?
Yep.
I mean, now you can just get on YouTube and watch playthroughs, but
I still have a strategy guide for a game. Strategy guide, dude. Yeah, it was a different time. It was a different time,
and in a lot of ways, a lot better too.
Yeah,
a lot less responsibility, more fun, no doubt about it. I guess we only got to wait about 2. We only got to wait about 2 years. Yeah,
if done right, it could be huge. It could be fucking huge.
Oh yeah.
I guess time will tell. That first trailer will let you know what this is going to be, and like, so I will hold my judgment until then. But
yeah,
it could be dope.
And in a year and a half's time, hopefully we'll still be doing this stuff every single week. We'll talk about that trailer right here on the channel, and we'll let you guys know what we think about that when it comes out. So I'm looking forward to it. I'm down. And within about a year's time, we're going to get Sonic the Hedgehog 4, Legend of Zelda, and Super Mario Brothers 2 back to back.
Talk about a series that took off after getting so much backlash from the community. Sonic.
Yeah. After that redesign of Sonic. And now we've had 3 movies, a spinoff show, and now a 4th film on the way.
And the third movie killed it. Everybody loved
I still need
Shadow.
to watch the 3rd movie. I haven't watched the 3rd one yet, but
everybody loved Shadow.
Maybe I'll do that tomorrow.
Was Sonic really? Is it really that good?
It's pretty solid. I'm not gonna say it's like the best video game movie you ever seen, but compared to what it could be with a live action or an animated Sonic inside a live action film, CGI Sonic, it's actually pretty decent.
First of all, there really isn't a number
Jim
one.
Carrey makes those movies as Dr. Robotnik, by the way.
Oh yeah, there really isn't a number one gaming movie out there.
Oh man, Mario's up there.
Mario's up there, but it's still not the best gaming movie.
What would you say that? Oh yeah, go ahead, Aaron.
I couldn't tell you.
Going back to the third Sonic, I thought it was overpowered to give Shadow the Master Emerald and John Wick powers. Just saying.
That spoiler. No,
but that's who Shadow is, though. Shadow was always that super counterpart.
Ruin it. Spoil sport.
He's fine.
He's always been that for Sonic. Like he is Sonic's
antithesis.
Yes.
His to pull another Keanu, his Agent Smith to his Neo.
It was just supposed to be a joke.
I know. Let's be so like
it's okay. Sonic, you did a good job.
Sonic is a really overpowered fucking character.
Which is why they got the overpowered John Wick to be the voice. No doubt about it.
Yeah, didn't he do killed it, by the way.
Yeah, killed it. Yeah. If I could tell from the trailer he was going to crush it, but yeah.
But to answer the question about like what's the best video game movie, I couldn't tell you.
That's a tough one. There's a lot of crap ones too.
I'm about to say I could tell you one of the worst, and that is the first Mario Brothers.
I was going to say the first Mario is the worst one. I would say, even though it's kind of got a cult following now. After all,
it does. It's just like the Double Dragon.
To make a bad movie.
The old Mortal Kombats, I like them, but a lot of people consider them crap.
Yeah. The Double Dragon movie, that was horrible.
You said you didn't like the Monster Hunter movie. I actually thought it was solid.
That's because you don't.
Resident Evil have their good and bad.
Yeah, that is no.
I enjoy them as a guilty pleasure. I wouldn't say they like the best Resident Evil adaptations.
No, but even the Monster Hunter movie, it pissed me off. It still doesn't make me more mad than the Green Lantern movie, but it still pisses me off because it's like none of this makes sense. This isn't what would happen if these monsters, these aren't dinosaurs in the sense of like there's literal monsters that can change the flow and life of its area that it's in, and you're just letting it walk around willy-nilly, and your plan is to try to kill it with primitive fucking weapons. No, there's a reason why the hunters are able to hunt these things and kill them successfully, and why you will not survive. And no.
Just didn't live up to the game. And that's the problem, too. A lot of these movies just have a hard time living up to the game because the games are an immersive movie that you get to participate in. Mm-hmm. Movies can't replicate that.
Too much from that. If you deviate from the original story and think, okay, let's add this element into it because it's a movie and we're trying to appeal to a wider audience. If you would take the fucking movie or the story that you get and adapt that to the movie onto the big screen, you would appeal to that same audience because they have no frame of fucking reference in the first place.
Yeah.
So you tell the original story to then have them go, oh, okay, this is intriguing. But then when you change way too fucking much because you're trying to go, well, these people don't know about it, so let's do this thing because it'll talk. No, that's fucking dumb. Tell the original story of whatever game to get people's interest. That's how video games work. That's how they do it.
Yeah. And I could even say some of that could apply to even like novels and comics too. Yeah. Kind of don't try to change too much of it just to fit whatever agenda or just anything different like you want to throw in there. Stick to what makes it good. You know what I mean?
Yes.
What's that, Matt?
It's like making a Marvel movie and then changing the comic completely.
That's the thing. If you
can do your own thing, which I think the MCU does a lot, but yeah, you got to stick to the core of what makes it great.
That's exactly what I was about to say. If you were to take the thing that appeals to the gamer about that game, which is the story of a lot of games. Now, don't get me wrong, Mortal Kombat, the only thing people care about it there is the fatalities.
Yeah, true.
Nobody plays Mortal Kombat for the story. The only reason you play the campaign of Mortal Kombat is because you have to unlock certain characters.
Right.
That's the only fucking reason.
That's the reason I'm playing WWE 2K25 and the story.
Exactly, but that's a wrestling game.
I know, but similar fighting anyway.
No, but there's been wrestling movies that have been great.
Yeah.
I digress.
The Wrestler #1.
Like fantasy games that you try to turn into a movie, you deviate too much from the actual game story to try to throw in all this other whimsical shit, and Now it doesn't appeal to the core base that would have backed you up and helped you push this movie along. But because you decided to change all this other shit to appeal to this,
you lose the core base audience.
Yeah. So it's like it's doesn't make sense. And that's my biggest issue with the Monster Hunter movie, was like you changed way too much to try to appeal to, I don't know who the fuck you were going to appeal, because you could have put the same characters and the human elements into the original Monster Hunter story, and it would have fucking worked. If you wanted to have your wife in the movie, so be it. She could have just been a hunter. If you wanted to have Tony Jaa in the movie, so be it. He could have just been a fucking hunter. Like, I don't understand why we had to go to some modern day bullshit just to get back to.
Well, that, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it have Mila Jovovich in it as well. I believe it was directed by the same guy who did some of the Resident Evil. So
her husband.
There you go. Yeah, her husband. Yeah, Paul W.S. Anderson or whatever.
If you wanted her to be in the movie, just make the fucking Monster Hunter movie.
Mm-hmm.
We don't.
It did feel like they were kind of making it into the next Resident Evil franchise. And I'll give you that.
Fucking dumb.
Yeah, that's the way it goes, unfortunately. Hopefully, this one will actually be better than that, though, and we'll see how that ends up going in 2 years' time. All right, let's move into the rapid fire movie news stuff, and we'll get on to other topics besides movies. So here we go. All right, fast-paced movie news here. Let's
I thought
get
you
in.
about to say Fast and the Furious. I was like, I'm done.
Rapid fire, though. We're not going to go with the copyright infringement. But apparently, we now have a filming time or window or date or whatever you want to call it for Mel Gibson's The Passion of the Christ 2. He is now going to be filmed in August of this year, and it looks like it's going to be about a 2027 Easter release date when that's probably all said and done. Mel Gibson, again, is returning to direct, and star Jim Caviezel will be returning as Jesus Christ for that film. So looking forward to that one, as it'll dive into the 3 days in between Christ's burial and resurrection. We also have news on Ahsoka Season 2. It began filming this week, likely to release late in 2026, with Rosario Dawson returning as the main character. Probably going to see more Hayden Christensen, even rumors of maybe Natalie Portman could also return to the Star Wars franchise in that series too. So have to wait and see. Maybe even Ewan McGregor could possibly return as Obi-Wan Kenobi. Force Ghost type thing for Ewan, and maybe flashbacks or maybe another different role for Natalie Portman. That's all I'll say about that for the time being. But I'll talk to you off air about that if you're curious. But anyway, moving on, we also got the casting for Hagrid in the upcoming HBO Max, Warner Brothers, Harry Potter television series coming out. Nick Frost has been tapped to be taking over the role of Hagrid.
He does look like Will Buddy.
Exactly, for certain, no doubt about it.
He does look like Hagrid.
But personally, I'm still recovering from Papawasidu being cast as Severus Snape in the upcoming reboot. And for those of you who don't know, he is a black actor. And I found this video online kind of explaining why that may actually, in hindsight, be a bad idea. This is kind of funny, so I thought we'd watch this.
I don't know if you heard this. There is a black guy who just got casted to play Snape in the new Harry Potter TV show. Did you hear about it?
I heard about it.
I kind of think it's a bad idea, but hear me out. Hear me out. What do we know about Snape and Harry Potter's relationship, and why is this going to go bad?
Oh,
Harry doesn't trust Snape for some reason, and he can't figure out why.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it only works if Harry's black too.
Yeah, it's going to be very awkward, and Harry walks in and sees the one black teacher at Hogwarts and goes, I don't know what it is about him. I just can't trust him, you know?
Yeah.
You know what? I bet you he's the guy who stole the Sorcerer's Stone. People are like, why do you think that, Harry? I don't know. I just have this feeling.
Snape killed Dumbledore. Whoa! What are you talking about? Did you see it?
No, just look at him. Also, he is the teacher of the dark arts. You know,
literally
That's
until the
up.
last movie, they go, okay. But for 7 movies, it's just Harry going like, I don't trust him.
He's the only guy who could teach the Quidditch players how to dunk.
Oh, man.
I think he had something to do with killing my parents. Why do you think that, Harry? I think he just associates with some bad characters. Do you have any proof of that?
It's a feeling.
So I think we could all agree this
He's
is a
not
bad
wrong.
guess.
He's not wrong. That's literally what happened.
Yeah. Not to mention Harry Potter's dad hangs Snape from a tree while bullying him as a teenager.
Oh,
So
no.
I'm just saying, maybe you should rethink this one, Warner Brothers. You know what I'm saying? Like you said, the only way it really works is if you cast a black kid to play Harry Potter, maybe. But even then, that's going to cause a bunch
That's
of
in the
stirs
future.
as well. So maybe, I don't know, but just thought that video was pretty funny.
I think with this though, what they'll do is omit a lot of some other shit, like as far as what Harry's dad did to Snape. That won't be in the movie.
Yeah, you would think.
It'll be something else that he did to him to bully him, but it won't be that.
Yeah, I would, but then it'll be like, but that's not the way it was in the book. I don't know. Just saying. But yeah, you're probably right. They're going to have to write a way around that. But you can't get away with the. I don't trust him though. 7 years of that. That's vital to the story. So I don't know how you get around that one. But anyway, that's another thing. Also this week, Snow White, the live action film starring Rachel Zegler and Gal Gadot.
Yeah.
Domestically earning only $42.2 million on a $270 million budget, plus another $100 million in marketing. The film needs to make about $800+ million just to break even. It may not even reach the $250 million mark in total. So this is going to be one of Disney's biggest box office bombs in movie history. So yeah, the reason why it takes like, $800 million to break even, because you got to remember, movie studios don't get a lot of the money. They get most of the money, but they don't get all the money from theaters. Theaters also get a cut of that. So in order to break even with the massive amount of marketing, and the budget already was huge, $800 million is the amount of money they need to break even. So this is going to be a failure on Disney's part, no doubt about it, no matter what it does going forward. But then something like Lion King Mufasa that came out last year started off slow due to Moana 2 also being in there at the same time, and they ended up making a decent chunk of change. So we'll see, but I don't see that being the case here. But sucks to be Disney.
I don't know if you heard this.
Sucks to be Disney, but you kind of reap what you sow there. Yeah. But also coming to Disney, we now have the official announcement.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah,
we're talking about. I love the first one.
No, honey, don't.
Aaron's just like, stop.
I love the first one.
Freaking tell me why. What was the loose end?
I don't know. I never saw it.
I want to hear Aaron's.
No, and you're 100% correct on that. Like, I think that movie ended perfectly.
There's no need for a sequel.
That's
it was fine just the way it is.
Yeah,
I hear you.
Right. Yeah, you're 100% right. It ended beautifully.
Exactly.
It ended the way it should have.
Spaceballs 2, The Quest for More Money. That's what it is.
You're as much as I would love to see it though.
It may be great. I don't know. I mean,
I loved the first one. The first one was amazing.
I need to watch it. I've not seen it.
It's a good movie, dude.
Disney needs to change their motto.
Tearjerker. I teared up a little bit in this movie.
Disney needs to change their motto.
To what?
Was it at least a good movie?
They can't
it was.
It was. Franchise. Okay. Nobody can.
But Aaron is 100% correct.
I hear what he's saying. I do.
He's 100%
like
correct.
Brandon's always said it. Aaron's even said this too. Sometimes just leave it alone. I get it. But people have been clamoring for a Wall-E sequel forever. They won't touch that for some reason.
I know.
You know what I'm saying? Like, they've got plenty to work with there.
We know why they won't touch Wall-E.
Why?
Yeah, Wall-E was a good movie.
There's nothing wrong with
Wall-E.
Wall-E.
They won't touch
Wall-E.
I mean, the thing with Wall-E, if you watch the credits after the thing, it kind of gives you how it all went down.
Yeah, you're right.
You know,
I guess, but you could still kind of explore.
Let me tell you something.
Life in that world. I don't know.
If you watch the credits of Wall-E, it's the best part of the movie.
Shut up, man. Everybody's talking. This is why we don't talk to you.
Yeah, you big troll. And a while ago during the Marvel thing, it was just like,
Well, I'm just saying. It's the same with Coco too. If you can't screw up this franchise, let's screw up another one. Please make another Incredibles movie.
Well, they are now. With the Coco announcement, there's now officially 3 Pixar films that are got sequels on the way. Incredibles 3 is coming, which the first 2 were good. So I mean, the first one was the best one. They're making a third Incredibles. They're making, of course, Coco 2 now, and of course, Toy Story 5 is also in development.
This could die though.
Well, this has been coming for a while now. I think it comes out next year.
But it's like, wow, where's it going?
Well, that's what a lot of people thought. They thought 4 wrapped up. Well, a lot of people thought 4 was like they didn't need to do after 3, but I thought 4 was good with Woody's story.
3 was a good stopping point.
But after Woody's story ended in 4, kind of, what do you do in 5? We'll have to wait and see. Maybe you do Buzz's final story. I don't know. Oh, like they kind of talked about how to be like, the kid who now owns the toys now has to deal with life, and the toys have to deal with how kids deal with technology being the primary focus nowadays. So that's kind of the story they're going with here. So
this story should have ended when Andy gave his toys away to that little girl.
In the third one, a lot of people think that too, but 4 was still good. 5's got to be on par though, because they've got a track record of being, all of them have been like top tier level of storytelling. So they've got to continue with that. If they drop the ball, we're gonna be like, all right, they should have ended it.
But this movie ended beautifully, and I feel like you'd really, I get what you're saying, Aaron. I fully understand.
Aaron,
but there's no way you don't think that I'm not gonna watch a Coco 2 though. As much as I enjoyed the first one, I'll watch the second one. But he's 100% correct on how he feels about it, because it ended the way it should have ended.
Right.
Another one. Movie. Have you never seen this movie?
No,
Aaron?
I'm not. No,
oh, it's a good time, dude.
I never watched the third Cars movie either.
It's a good time.
Okay, Cars 3 should not have happened.
Yeah, Cars 3 shouldn't have happened either.
It was dead. It was dead in Cars 2.
The first one was the best one. The other one seemed a little.
Hey, listen, Vader being a spy though was amazing. Right?
You're gonna start.
Yeah, but it was
Toy Story 5.
Because
like, come on.
Yeah, I think the Toy Story series.
If they've got a story, I'm willing to trust them on this one. But
No,
that's just because Toy Story.
I don't trust them.
Well,
Disney
yeah.
has been putting out crappy
Aaron,
stories.
and going back to Doc's roots.
No.
And they're always agenda fueled.
Well, yeah.
But I'm hoping. Okay. I'm hoping that if this
hopefully
is going to
Disney's
be
learned their
the
lesson
definitive end of Toy Story, then so be it.
I mean, if Disney did not learn their lesson from Snow Brown this last weekend, I don't know what to tell you.
They fucking better had.
I know that sounds terrible, but that's what they did to the character. I mean,
it's poop water.
Exactly. That Rachel chick, she crapped all over the character.
The character, the movie, her other personal opinions,
her career.
She torpedoed that movie. Yeah, and the rumor right now is that the MCU is potentially looking at her for a role. I hope that don't happen.
No,
please, no.
I have a question.
And yeah, she can say all this stuff about I don't small tie right here. Rachel Zegler can say all she wants about Trump supporters and stuff, but freaking Gina Carano comes out and says something common sense related about how if we ain't careful about how we treat each other, we could end up in a bad way, and she gets fired by Disney.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway.
Now I'm not defending this actress in any way because I don't agree with her political views.
Right.
Why in the hell did Disney overlook Selena Gomez?
Snow White.
I want to know.
I don't know.
Is that the reason?
And from what all I hear is Renee Zegler can't sing. I hear she's great as a singer in the movie. Doesn't mean the movie's any good.
Well,
but
the fact
Selena
of the
Gomez
matter
can
is
do that.
Gomez she would have been a perfect Snow White.
Isn't she Latina too, though?
Yeah.
So it's the same difference.
Disney. But this is another example, like Aaron's saying, of Disney trying to push their little shitty agenda, and the movie's up.
And everybody online is like, "Well, why is this? This isn't woke. Why is it?" It's exactly what. Then they put dwarves out of work.
It's wokeism.
Yeah, that shit broke me.
That's
I was
wokeism.
like, you have actual dwarves you could have used for the movie instead of just spending all this money on CGI. But there's actual
looking for work they don't get, and because you didn't want to offend them, but they kind of on the dwarf community come out and said, you know what, we would love to have jobs.
Yeah,
it doesn't offend us.
Hey, Peter Dinklage is playing.
They know better, apparently.
Peter Dinklage is playing the Toxic Avenger. Did you see that?
No, but I heard he was one of the big reasons that
I could be grumpy.
And people like Hornswoggle, I've never seen on a political show in my life, but he was making the rounds talking about we would just love to have jobs, man. They kind of screwed us over, So yeah, you say you're for these people, but when they tell you what they would offend them and doesn't, you don't listen. But anyway,
yeah,
I'll move on from
I really feel like that movie
it deserves everything it did not get.
Disney.
Yes,
you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So speaking of that, Mike in the chat talking about Toy Story, he said the little girl in the movie is now a woman, and the toys meet her new toys.
Okay,
quote unquote.
All right.
Mike, we're not. Well, I guess it is about midnight, so yeah, we're at after dark hours. We're good. We can say that now. Moving on, but anyway, Let's get into
Why
a
does
new
this one buzz?
Oh, brother, no.
This one.
I mean, one of the no, you know what?
Has multiple vibrating functions.
One of them's called Woody, for God's sakes. But anyway, moving on. We'll cut to the next segment here and see if we can compose ourselves. But let's get into the segment that's making a comeback on the show, and that is, of course, Brandon's segment, the Lost Cartel. Let's check it out. All right, so we've been trying to figure out ways to get this segment back on the channel. We usually cut the videos out and make singles videos, but we thought we'd put it into the show here, a little something just to kind of have some fun with every single week. Brandon will kind of present us with some videos or something that he wants to share, just kind of have a good time and talk about nothing in particular when it comes to a topic, I guess, unless it's just something Brandon wants to talk about.
Yep.
So this is kind of his segment. I got some videos here of this crazy bus that Brandon wanted to kind of share. So let us know what this is all about.
A little background before this. So this, I don't know, past week or so, I was sitting in the house and we were just watching TV, and I came across soapbox derbies. That's what started this whole trip. And I've never seen a soapbox race. So I was watching these things. Like I probably watched over, I don't know, 30 videos at this point. And that turned into one day I'm sitting at the house, and the other day when I put this in the group chat about demo derbies, because I ended up watching a figure 8 race that involves school buses, and it blew my fucking mind. And I was like, this is great. And then I watched the trailer figure 8 race, and I was like, this is awesome. And that turned into demo derbies. And so back in Ohio, just like here, everywhere that has like a big county festival or big, and Friday nights is usually when the derby went on, and I never got a chance to see the derby, but I would go on the Saturday because I was at work on Fridays. So Saturday I would go and I would watch the tractor pulls. Fucking love the tractor pulls. Like, if you've never seen a tractor pull,
you're redneck at heart, brother.
Bring those diesel engines fucking fire up, and then them bitches hit go, and you see that weight time it hits the bottom of that fucking trailer, and he's my whoa. I'm just here for it.
Yeah.
And so that spurned into me watching this video of cars. This is the literal premise of this. Every 4th of July in Alaska, they do these chucking of the cars off a cliff thing. Well, this guy right here in his channel called 1320 Videos, get a chance to check him out. He was over in Thailand. Thailand apparently has this huge truck community. Now, this is only one thing. Like, there's a bunch of semi trucks and dump trucks and transport trucks that are all decked out just like you would see this bus. This bus is a mobile dance studio. Like, you'll see it, I think, in a second too, in the other video where they go inside this thing. And he has this whole, there's over 30 some speakers on the outside of this thing alone.
Oh, man.
And there's another video where he's in the truck with this guy, and they're drag racing these trucks. These are semi trucks. These are dump trucks. These are transport vehicles. A lot of these cars were left over there from the war, and they just converted them into operating vehicles, but they have this huge car night thing with these trucks, and like they're amazing. I don't know if they actually
look at the outside though.
Yeah, there we go.
Train horns, speakers that fold out of the door, tons of lights, of course, attached to some titanium down below.
The feedback.
We got speakers all on the outside. We got 8 down here, 6 up here, another 8. A little bit of feedback coming through. Pretty typical. You got a shit ton of wiring. Oh my god. Look at the graphics. Bald Eagle, America, hell yeah! All right, now,
America.
So
outside,
I purposely left out the seeing the inside of it because I want to do an actual video so you can see the whole thing. But this is just a small piece of it, of what some of these trucks look like And when I tell you, I was unaware that Thailand, of all places. Now, I watch a lot of food videos from a lot of different places, and one of them is Thailand. Their food culture is amazing also. And I've seen, but this I've never seen in all these videos that I've seen. And it was just, it was intriguing, amazing, and awe-shocking to see. You know what a dump truck looks like, right? You've seen a dump truck. You see how big they are.
Yeah.
Now imagine that, what you saw on that party bus, but on a dump truck. There's these huge, dude. There was one guy. They had these 17-inch exhaust muffler ends on these cars or these trucks, and they're huge, and like they drag race these fucking things. He asked the one guy how much it cost him to do all these renovations to this truck. Now, if you take the money if you do that here, it'll cost you a couple $100,000 or more. Think about these guys that we see at the races and stuff like that. Matt, typically, how much do you think those guys put into their cars and the racetrack? Like, how much money you think?
At the racetrack?
Yeah.
Okay, an average sprint car is worth $14,000.
Okay. He did all these modifications to this truck. He asked him how much. He says a million baht. Now, a million baht sounds like a lot of money, but that's in their currency. If you flip that over to U.S. currency,
that's their
everything
currency.
he did to his vehicle cost him $30,000. And I mean, engine upgrades. I mean, like,
oh yeah.
And these are no small upgrades here. This isn't just him throwing. I'm talking. These are massive overhauls to these vehicles. And again, because they drag race these fucking things.
Yeah.
And $30,000.
This is back to another
crazy.
What, Matt?
This is back to another subject you mentioned. You talked about tractor pulls.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Did you ever gotten the chance to see like the 2-wheel drive trucks?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Look at this. This
like
all
the
the
2-wheel drive ones.
Well, if it'll load.
What's this?
I don't know.
This is the thing they do on the 4th of July in Alaska. This is all it is them launching cars off a fucking cliff just to destroy it. People buy cars
that's awesome.
and take it. It's just entertainment. And I want to see this. I watched this video. Look at, boom, that car is gone.
People just sit down at obviously out of the harm's way and at the bottom of the hill and just watch it come down.
There's a shot of the Anchorage, Alaskan Coast Guard doing a flyby in their big ass cargo plane, and they're filming out of the back of it, and they sent it to these guys so they can have this aerial footage. It was fucking dope, dude. They're right there.
Yeah.
Dude, it's a big thing. Look at all these people, and there's no prize, there's no cash money involved in this. This is just for the love of destruction.
I mean, yeah. I mean, this definitely beats some destruction derbies. Trying to get a few.
Look at this bus. Oh,
yeah. I mean, there's a well, yeah. There's the shot.
Yep.
Yeah,
dude, it is crazy.
I mean, you just rig the wheel, you put a bar on the gas, and you're good to roll. But yeah, it's just there's some crazy shots.
Have you been to a demolition derby?
No, I've never seen
in Owen County.
Nope, never seen one, and I want to go.
Okay, Owen County takes demolition derby to like another level.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah,
like it is like family versus family versus family bragging rights.
Look at this! Look at this! Getting there. Just yeeted.
At the good old boy.
Jesus.
They realized at this point
that would hit the wall.
Left. Taking a dip.
Yeah.
Good.
So I want to do a thing where like I want to start doing more and more with the channel, but this is one of the things I was talking about. And a lot of the stuff that I'm going to do because in talking to Aaron, I'm sorry guys, and talking to Aaron and Eric, there's a lot of things that like a lot of us have never experienced. And I'm like, well, why not turn that into some form of content and make vlogs about the shit? So like the plan is I want to take Aaron to his first ever wrestling show. And on top of that, I know you haven't seen it, and I know he hasn't seen it live either. So I want to go to one of the micro wrestling shows and I want to vlog that experience because I think you guys would love that. Matt, I would love for you to go, but I don't want you to be mistaken for a wrestler. So you're gonna have to wear something way more toned
I'm sorry. That's terrible. I didn't expect it to happen. It was great. I love it.
But on top of that, I want to go to some of these car shows. Now, I see these cars out here all the time. You catch them driving up and down the road, going to certain car events that we have out here. The last car show that was out here last summer, we went to, and it was amazing to see some of these cars that were out there. But I do want to go see tractor pulls. I want to go see.
I would be like the Braun Strowman.
But yeah,
I'd be
so
like
there's
the
going
Braun
to
Strowman of like
there's going to be
little brawny.
more content.
I would be
loaded
like
up
the
on
Braun
the-
Strowman.
Yes.
Well, one of the things I think you kind of want to do stuff like on too is like what we've done before.
Oh yes,
food reaction videos. Beard meets food. We thought we'd do one of this. Is one of his from like I think about 12 days ago. He released.
Yeah.
I'll let him talk to you
What do
about
we
it.
got there?
Well, let him tell you.
A place called Sicky's Garage today, or Garage, they probably call it here. And I'm doing the Victory Lap Challenge. It's a giant burger. You get 1 hour to finish. If you can finish it, the meal's free. You get a T-shirt and a spot on the Wall of Fame.
Oh, come on. It's because I had it sitting there forever.
Yep. It's like, listen, you tried to play me.
Yeah, here we go. Come on. Well, all right. Now I got to find it. It was...
At all. Whenever you finish, you get a free T-shirt. You get to write your name on one of the platters and stick them on the wall.
There we go. All right.
Oh, it's so big.
There's no way I would eat.
Yeah, I'm going to wager that a lot of people, whether they said it out loud or not, at least just thought they would. That's what she said. But let's try to be adults for once. What's up, everyone? Welcome back to the episode. Buckle up. This one's going to get rough.
This one has pickles on it. Oh no, I lost a pickle.
Oh, 5-second rule, bro.
You get that?
I'm no cheat.
Oh, yeah, you're right. At least
what you call the reverse Bill Clinton here. Honesty is the best policy. 5-second rule and all that. Plus, I love pickles. So, in case you missed it, this is Sicky's Victory Lap Challenge. 1 hour to eat, quotes, over 5 pounds of food, which is a conveniently vague measurement. Contains all manner of things: beef patties, bacon, cheese, pickles, hot sauce, and the best part of a loaf of bread. Not to mention enough fries to feed a small village. Finish it in an hour and it's free. You get a shirt and a little makeshift plaque thingy on the wall. If you don't, it's $49.99.
God, I'm feeling.
Let me ask you this real quick. Do you think you could do any of these food challenges?
Maybe not that big.
What's the biggest you think you could do?
Man.
And
Big
give it
Ugly's
an hour.
the biggest I've ever done.
What is it, Matt?
The Big Ugly?
Big Ugly? That's nothing compared to this.
The Big Ugly was the biggest I've done.
Mm-hmm.
I've done
Is
that
there
one.
a time limit for that?
No.
I know it isn't.
It's
I'm
too
just telling
easy.
you that's the biggest I've done.
Much like he says here, I'm gonna let it play while we're talking. But much like he says here, I think he said, or the woman said that everybody else, the challenge they had before, they've changed it since. It was too easy, so no one's been able to do this one that he's attempting here.
Yeah, I think for a lot of these, the fries are the biggest issue.
Yeah,
it's a lot of carbs.
A lot of carbs. Yeah. Well, the bread too.
And the bread too. But that looks like grilled cheese.
Kinda, yeah.
Jesus. It's just hunkered down on like a half a loaf of bread. That's crazy work.
Everybody's looking at him like, you gonna be able to do that, brother?
Because it's a spectacle. Like I would love to see one of these. You know what I mean?
The majority of the burger is close.
You know, I mean, I wouldn't mind trying some, but we couldn't do it very often for health reasons. Don't want to do it too much.
And
you got water all through
It's just a mountain of fries, or it will be after this grilled cheese sandwich, which forms part of one of the burger buns, which at least makes.
I did the 10 stacker at Charlie's.
Obnoxiously tall burger challenge.
Okay. Where's what?
Well, that's the burger done.
I don't know where Charlie's is.
Spike is starting to
Where's
pretty
Charlie's
tempting right now.
I've never heard of that restaurant before.
I'm trying.
Scoot ahead a little bit.
I don't think they're around anymore.
Oh, are they not?
Oh,
I don't think so.
42 minutes. I believe he did finally finish.
Yeah, no, negative, Ghost Rider. I wouldn't do it. I couldn't do it. It's not possible.
God, I'd be vomiting.
Yeah.
I don't think me and another person could have tackled that together because I promise you I'm not pulling my weight.
He said there that they asked him what size shirt does he wear. He's like, what did he say? Medium. He's like, might want to go a little higher though right now. I just ate 5 pounds worth of food. So yeah,
5 pounds. That's a lot of fucking food.
That's crazy, isn't it?
I couldn't do it.
I couldn't do it.
I couldn't do it. Have you ever done a food challenge before outside of
the Big Ugly? No, well, there was like a really deep dish pizza place I went to with my pizza. I mean, but yeah, I mean, it was the slices. But this way, one slice of pizza would be your whole meal. It was that thick. It was like, huge.
Now, Aaron, with this Charlie's thing, where was this at?
Oh yeah,
I did this in Greenwood. Last I heard, somebody that was there recently said that that place is not there anymore. But
speaking of place, go ahead.
I want to say you had 10 minutes to eat it, and I completed it.
What exactly was it?
Huh?
What was it exactly? Like, what was the challenge itself?
Oh, it was cheese, a stacked up cheeseburger. Oof. Like 10
patties.
Oh god.
Yeah, 10 patties, and you had the option of with cheese or without cheese, and I was like,
they've got one like that at Steak and Shake
without cheese, so I did the cheese. You know,
that cheese back me up. I
think they got like a 10 stack at Steak and Shake, but it's not nearly as big as that.
No. 10 stack at Steak and Shake is different because they do smash burgers. So
I forgot about this one. There used to be a place here. I don't believe it's still there anymore. Mike said in the chat, the old Naughty Dog Challenge in Bloomington was one I didn't even try. It was 3 dog pounds in 3 hours was 1 pound each. So it's basically, I think it was like a
3 pound hot dog or 3 1 pound hot dogs.
Yeah, but I think there was fries involved in there too. No. So it might have been like a half pound dog, half pound of fries, something to that effect. I can't remember.
Naughty Dog closed down.
Yeah, they were good.
It was right after we moved here, up here anyway, that we went, or up there, that we went there on a whim, and the dogs were good. But yeah, it closed down not too long after that.
I don't think I could do three dog pounds. I've eaten one before.
Yeah, it's a stupid vape shop.
Yeah.
Oh, is it really?
It is. It's not.
Well, that's no fun.
I've always said though, like
some people might be.
Once my business gets going, like once I'm able to do my thing, I will have a food challenge.
Nice. You get any idea what it would be?
It'll be a burger challenge.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, it'll be a mix between weight, size, but also a bit of spiciness. Nothing crazy to where it's overpowering and you can't physically eat it, but enough to where it's like it's going to cause you some difficulty.
Right. Oh, he said it was a jumbo hot dog, chili, cheese, and fries.
No.
Yeah. I forgot about the chili part. They were good though. The chili and the buns. Yeah, can't forget the buns. But yeah, so it was definitely good, definitely worth it. And now I remember that they're gone. It sucks. Kind of like the old Heideckers. I miss those too.
Well, okay, you said this Heidecker thing 1,000 times before, and I probably asked you 1,000 times before. What the fuck is a Heidecker?
It's basically, and maybe Mike can explain a little bit better in the chat, but it's kind of like a Big Mac type thing, but it's like bread, burger, bread. But I can't remember if there was cheese on it or not, but it had tartar sauce on it. You wouldn't think hamburger
like a shaggy sandwich from Scooby-Doo.
Well, you wouldn't think tartar sauce on a burger would be good, but it was amazing. And I don't know if it was the way they made their tartar sauce but whatever and I don't know if you could even replicate it. I really don't. But the place shut down, unfortunately. But yeah,
you've never tried to replicate it?
Never actually tried. Kind of part of me is like, I don't think there was any way I could.
You know what? I'll give it a shot, and I'll do smash burgers with it, and then we'll have to see.
If
it stacks.
I don't know how they cooked it too, but yeah, it was just the way they did it.
Were the patties thin or were they decent sized patties?
Decent, but I wouldn't say overly thick or anything. Okay. Normal size.
They were overbearing.
It wasn't like a huge burger. It was just it was decent size, like fast food, like Big Mac size, probably.
Okay,
but something like that.
We'll try it with smash burgers. We'll double patty it. Like we'll have to get together and I'll make some and I'll try it and we'll see if it's anything that you remember.
2 burgers, Mac bun with cheese and tartar. Yeah, I can't remember if there's cheese, but yeah, this was Big Mac with cheese and tartar sauce. That was it, and that's it. Nothing else. And for whatever reason, amazing stuff. And Digger got me to try it, and I was like, I didn't think I was going to like it. I loved it. And of course, when they shut down, we all went up there.
You and our Cowboys friend because he was talking about it too. Like, did he?
He went there with us too. Yeah, he was. Okay. We talked him into do it too, and we all had to go up there when they closed and shut down to get one last hurrah, because that it was like they made it known we were shutting down. So yeah, it was good stuff. Missed them for sure.
Okay.
Can't remember the name of the restaurant though, but that's what they called the burgers, Heideckers. Heideckers, yeah, good stuff for sure. All right, well let's move on.
This is amazing. Like and we've watched a couple of these food challenges on here, online, and like we've watched them privately. I've shown you 1,000 of these things before too, but like it's intriguing because it's like I know I want to challenge myself to see
Hunters.
Yeah. It was called Hunters.
Hunters. I want to challenge drive-in, I think. Yeah.
To see if I could do something like that, but it seems so intimidating when it's out in front of you. Like I want to go to Vegas and go to the Heart Attack bar.
Oh, hell, that one we just watched was in Vegas.
Yeah. But I want to go to
Garage,
the Heart Attack Bar and Grill, and try, one of their burgers there too. Because I've seen them do that one. We watched them do that one.
Yeah.
And not because I want to get spanked, but I just want to see if I can do it.
Have you ever tried the Bub's Burger one up there?
No, I've had one. I've never had that one. I've never done that.
Okay. Just remember, whatever you order on it, you have to finish it.
Okay.
You don't have to do fries. It's just a 1 pound burger. I mean, you can do fries too, but if you order it, you got to finish it.
Okay.
Because my brother-in-law made the mistake of getting all these toppings, or some toppings, but he didn't know it was going to become as thick as it did with the toppings. Usually I usually just get bacon, which comes in like crumbled bacon on top of the cheese. Okay. And if you want a pickle or something or ketchup or something, that's good.
I would probably just do cheese and pickles.
There you go. That'd be a good way to start it. And it's got enough flavor to it. You really don't need a whole lot more, in my opinion. That's just me. But yeah, it's worth it. And they got an elk burger up there too.
The elk burger. That's what I had when I went.
Oh, okay.
It's the first time I ever went.
You get that as a Big Ugly too, I think.
Oh, really?
As a challenge, yeah. I'm pretty sure they make them.
I got the elk burger and waffle fries, the waffle sweet potato fries.
Oh, yeah. I'm not a big sweet potato guy, but I love their fries, though.
And Eric, this sounds like a challenge.
Yeah. I mean, I'm down for it, for sure.
We should do this someday.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Bloomfield staple for sure. Hunters was a great place.
We'll have to try that. We can vlog that, too.
Let's do that. Yeah. Let's forget about Aaron.
Set up a GoPro. We're good to roll.
Now, Aaron's got to try it too. If he could do a 10 stack, he can do the big.
No, we got to forget about Aaron.
That's
Aaron's going to. We'll bring the wife. We'll bring them.
I have to say that I finished it with it's like 4 seconds to spare.
But so there is no time.
I thought there was no time limit on it though. Is there?
No, I think it was like 10 minutes.
There's no time limit on it.
No, he's talking about what he did.
Oh, the other thing, not Bubs. I got
so there's no time limit on the Big Ugly, but we're gonna have a time limit for ourselves.
I would say a half hour be a good one. It's a big burger.
We'll see who could finish it within a time limit between the 4 of us.
Maybe 20.
The fastest one will win.
Oh, I got you, man. I don't want to get sick wolfing it down, but I'll tell you this though. Good word of advice for any of these though. Just knowing from the burgers that I've ate there, don't eat anything the meal before. Like if you go for supper, don't eat lunch. If you go for lunch, don't eat supper the night before. You'll be a much better shape, in my opinion. That's just me. Hey, do what you want.
Yep. We'll try it.
We'll do it.
We'll have to
do it and film for the show. That'd be great.
Yep.
All right, let's move on to the sports topic. We got a couple little items, nothing too major. Then we'll get out of there. But yeah, we got a little bit of that. So here we go.
Sports is ass right now.
It's ass right now. Yeah, I hear you. Kind of is. He's not wrong. But we did have a few news items in the world of the NFL I thought we'd talk about today. And that is, of course, John Harbaugh. He has signed his 3-year extension with the Ravens, making him the head coach for the Baltimore Ravens through the 2028 season. Definitely a winning coach over there. So
here's the thing. For everybody saying that Harbaugh should have been fired, let's be honest. He was never going to be fired as the Ravens head coach. They've had more success with him underneath that hat and microphone than they have without him being underneath that hat and microphone. It's like, what did he say?
He said that all the food talk was making the fat boy great happy. Yeah, for sure.
Yo, Digger, you should join us too, man. It'd be good.
Yeah, you can do with us. I'm sure he's got a few burgers this time.
I haven't seen you in a minute. I think it'd be fun.
Yeah, it'd be cool.
It'd be fun.
Yeah, Jim Harbaugh was never going to get fired. I am glad he got his extension.
John,
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And I think he's going to come back. They were so close
Yeah, it always seems like the Ravens beat themselves when they get to the playoffs.
And then that's the issue, and I think that's what it is. But we cannot put this all on Lamar this time.
No, you can't.
Lamar played his ass off that game,
and he's a great player. He'll get one, I think, at some
yeah,
point.
I think he will.
Hope maybe even more. But yeah, I think it's coming for
sure.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
we are officially now. We're less than a month away from the 2005 NFL Draft. 2025 NFL Draft. And because of that, a few teams that are in the top 5 on the draft board are making moves to brace for that event, including Russell Wilson has officially signed with the New York Giants. The New York Giants have also signed Jameis Winston to go along with their quarterback room with Tommy DeVito too. So with the New York Giants officially holding the number 3 pick in the draft, are they still looking to draft a quarterback? They are projected right now to go get Shadir Sanders out of Colorado. But that may not be on the table anymore. What do you think?
Why would you grab Wilson if you're playing West to grab and by all
abandoned ship?
By all standards, Shadir was ready to go to either New York
or the Cleveland Browns.
Vegas.
Well, the Browns have number 2, and they may be in the market.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like Shadir Sanders is ready to play for New York.
That team,
man. And I don't think you're going to go grab another quarterback Jesus.
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, I'm not sure, but the way the draft board is shaking out at the moment,
you know what that team?
Yeah, the Giants.
It's tank for Arch Manning.
Well, I don't know. Well, I mean, I'm not sure he's going to be the number 1 overall pick. Is he?
Archie.
I mean, come on. Right now, some mocks have the Giants drafting edge rusher Abdul Carter in the first round. Shadir Sanders from Colorado was initially projected to go to the Giants in some mocks, but with Tennessee mocked to be taking Cam Ward out of Miami, the quarterback there, and Cleveland at number 1 and 2, both needing quarterbacks, the Giants appear to be making alternate plans just in case the Browns decide to take Shadir Sanders instead. So the quarterbacks currently in Cleveland are Deshaun Watson and Super Bowl winning quarterback Kenny Pickett. So I say that with all sarcasm, but
I think Tennessee should. Tennessee should take Sanders.
Would you say Kenny Pickett?
Kenny Pickett is the backup right now with the Browns. Yeah, but you think Tennessee should take Shadir Sanders?
Hey, he's got a Super Bowl ring. I can't say shit.
I do.
As of right now, I think Cam Ward is the consensus number 1 pick.
Yeah, I think Cam Ward will go.
Whether he goes to Tennessee or Tennessee trades out is another question, but Tennessee needs it.
Yeah. Yeah, because they ain't getting nowhere with Levy.
I want both of you. Okay. I want both of you to be honest with me. Those 2 franchises, those top 3 franchises up there in the top corner, have they made a competent pick within this decade?
Well, the Titans thought they did.
Saquon Barkley was in his last decade. They just traded him away, though.
That was a dumb decision, by the way.
Competent.
Yeah, especially in the division.
Yeah.
But
have they made a competent decision?
The Browns shit the bed a lot, and I don't think Shadur would be the.
They drafted Myles Garrett.
Yeah, that's
I
the
agree
only.
with Brandon 100%.
That's okay. That's a positive. They let go of Baker.
Yeah. I'm not saying they're all good. You asked me to say one. I said, there you go.
Right.
Okay. Okay. The Browns got defensive
Tennessee,
players.
on the other
That's
hand.
great. I'm just saying those 2 teams, I don't know.
Tennessee, I don't know.
Cam Ward is not. I don't see a world where Cam Ward goes to Tennessee and it's going to be sunshine and rainbows.
Because it's, I don't know.
I hope it doesn't go well because we don't need a divisional
it's
team
nothing
to do better
against
than us.
him as a player.
Who do they got receiver wise?
It's not he's a bad player.
Not very many.
It's what's
around
him.
I couldn't tell you off the top of my head. That's how bad it is. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head.
Anyway,
so what's you going to put Cam Ward there when he has nobody to throw that ball to?
Well, they're going to have to draft some players help there. I guess I could do a quick little Google search and see who is the current receivers.
Hell, even Shadir Sanders is in a shit spot if he goes to Cleveland.
Yeah.
Sure.
Like who's the deep man in Cleveland?
Didn't they get Amari Cooper? Is he still there?
Amari Cooper.
How old is Amari Cooper?
I don't know. Google.
Ancient.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, let me look that up too.
Current Tennessee wide receivers are Calvin Ridley, Treylon Burks. That's the only ones I recognize. Van Jefferson used to be with the Rams. So Yeah, I mean Ridley's kind of Traylon's not done much yet. He's not had anybody to throw in the ball either, in all fairness. But yeah,
I'm just saying,
when
like I don't
signed.
Think...
When they signed Amari Cooper, they were giving him $50 in his contract. That's how long ago it was when he was playing football.
Amari Cooper is 30 years old.
Yeah.
He's 30.
Got a little more tread on the tires, but not much. Receivers get old quick.
Not much.
Yeah.
Once they hit that 30 mark, same with running backs. Sometimes you hit that 30 mark. You know, it just kind of sometimes falls off. So I don't know.
I don't think.
Yeah.
I don't think that's the best move. But I mean, they got the draft pick, and I think a lot of this will shake out the way it looks. Travis Hunter to
Well, there's some mocks which I'm about to show you actually one.
That is
Travis Hunter is actually in this mock is projected to go to Cleveland. So if that's the case, you got Deshaun Watson to throw to Hunter.
You better pray
if Deshaun Watson plays.
Yeah, that's a good point. Or whoever, Kenny Pickett, maybe he's throwing to Travis Hunter.
He did a bang up job there too.
Yeah,
you guys better pray to Jesus.
For what?
That he does not go to the Patriots.
Well, that's where I'm about to go next with this story. The New England Patriots have also signed Stephon Diggs, increasing to a 3-year deal, $69 million, which now makes their offense look like this currently, with Stephon Diggs at the number 1 receiver spot, Ramondre Stevens at running back 1, Drake May at quarterback, and Hunter Henry at tight end. So if you were to add a Travis Hunter, your offense is all of a sudden not looking too awful shabby if you're a New England Patriots fan. So if he gets to number 4, I would not be surprised if he goes to New England as in that first mock. But here he's going number 2 to Cleveland, and the Patriots taking defensive end Abdul Carter from Penn State. So something else they could use as well.
Brandon,
Mike Vrabel, defensive-minded head coach.
Do you remember Randy Moss?
I know who Travis Hunter is.
Do you remember?
I'm aware of his abilities.
Do you remember Randy Moss?
But I also know that Travis Hunter still wants to try to be a two-way. Well, I don't know if he still wants to be a two-way player. Hell, I thought
he was in the NFL too well.
Yeah, he was a hell of a corner too. So like,
yeah, I mean they could use him as a cornerback for all we know.
He needs to give that shit up and play wide receiver.
Nah, I think.
I mean, you could maybe do some trick plays at wide receiver if you're doing the corner stuff or kick return type thing. But I don't know. The way they got him high like this, you would think he'd be the clear-cut best receiver in the draft. So,
well, he kind of is.
Yeah. So if that's the case,
he is.
Yeah. Well, there you go. So I don't know, but I'm just saying, you know, the first look at this, it doesn't look too awful shabby. You add a receiver to that bunch right there, and Drake May's coming along slowly. So yeah, I mean, you're a Patriots fan, you got to be encouraged.
He had some really good showing last year.
Yeah, he did, and I mean, I'm no Patriots fan.
No,
I don't hate him as much as I used to, but Robert Kraft's still in charge, so I still don't like him too much. But if you're a Patriots fan, got to be happy with it. I mean, so far, I don't know what else they've done in the offseason. I haven't heard a whole lot, but yeah, this is a good start.
We're doing fuck all, so there's that.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see here.
How are them Colts doing?
Hey Matt, stop talking.
Yeah.
Don't act like you're a Patriots fan now. Shut up.
So we're just gonna have to wait and see what these two teams do on April 24th when the first round of the NFL draft begins. Less than a month away, guys. We're going to be probably covering it here on the channel, at least the drafts. If we have a podcast on Saturday still, we can at least go over some of the major picks that day. But the NFL also released a rendering of what the draft area will look like when they go to Lambeau Field in Green Bay.
It's going to be cold, boy.
Well, maybe toward the end of April, it might not be as bad, but yeah, it's maybe a little chilly. But, if you're going to go to the Packers, you got to get used to that. So that's kind of what it's going to look like as we come to the NFL draft here within the next month. But yeah, so looking forward to it, getting hyped. I'm ready for the season already.
I missed the
You missed what?
My favorite draft setup they had was when they were in Tennessee. I think
I'm ready
Tennessee,
to crush you all again.
And they had
bet.
Yes.
Let's calm down.
They were in Tennessee and they had like live music playing, and it was really cool.
Miranda,
Tennessee.
Miranda, before she was not feeling well, she was going to come on the show in her fantasy football queen shirt that she had.
Nice.
She was like, I was going to wear this as a reminder, and I was like, all right, let's go.
But I can't remember. Did she make the playoffs last year or no? I can't remember. I know I did not, so I'm not trying to dig on her.
No, she did. Remember her and Chris were neck and neck.
That's right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I did not. Me and
Yeah,
Brandon.
they made it to. It was them. It was her, Chris, and
Matt all on the bottom.
Yeah.
We were terrible.
Man, I was oof.
Yeah. Our buddy Mike in the chat, he made the playoffs, so good for
I
him.
don't want to talk about it.
He said, by the way, since he's our baseball guy, I have to ask Matt to give his unbiased predictions for this baseball season. Who will be the big winners and losers? Who's going to take it all?
It ain't gonna be the fucking Yankees.
Yeah,
okay.
Be honest about it. Don't be
The
just
New
like
York
Yankee
Yankees.
Homer.
All right.
No, don't be Yankee Homer.
I'm not. I'm being serious.
We fucking.
I'm not
I was
being
so
a
pissed
homer.
off. The Guardians lost to the fucking Padres. I was like, all right.
Eric, you have time for a second?
No.
Real quick, yeah.
Can you look up something for a second?
I can grab a drink. I'll be right back, folks.
What am I looking at?
Look up the Yankee score from today.
Hold on. Yankees.
Box score should be right at the front.
Yeah. You want me to tell you? What the hell? Okay. That's messed up, by the way.
What's the number? Go ahead, read it. Read it
It's
to Mike.
20-9 over the Brewers. You had to have 20-9
record.
Oh, is it?
A major league
the
record.
Fucking Brewers.
8 home
Don't come
runs
up
were in
here
that game.
like they just went up against an all-time great fucking team. Like, let's calm down, dude. This is like if you have your top order players go up against your varsity players. No, you don't get no second.
No. The
beat
Brewers were in the playoffs last year. I don't want to hear that shit.
Yeah.
That was last year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Brewers were in the
It don't
playoffs
matter.
last year.
It's the same shit.
No,
it's not. Teams change over the offseason.
And they put 20 runs on them.
All right, man. If you're gonna hang your hat on this one, they're gonna lose the rest of the fucking season, and I can't wait to laugh at you for it. And I'm gonna remind you of this game in particular every time.
Man,
okay,
that is a beatdown, though. I ain't gonna lie to you, that's a beatdown. Now, where are you going? Come back. Anyway, I need you for the politics.
You want to come over here and talk shit about Yankees rain on my parade?
Yeah, no kidding. That's when he dipped.
No, for real. To be honest with you, I don't know. The Yankees are kind of like I really think the AL East is going to come down to the end of it all. We may make the playoffs again this year. I mean, we have a good team. We don't have Garrett Cole, so we probably won't win. As far as the best team in baseball is still the Dodgers. You know, as much as I hate to say that, it is the Dodgers. They're the best team. They have the best players. You know, it's just how it is. And we live in an age where there's no salary cap in baseball, which is an unfortunate thing because
there's no cap in baseball.
Well,
some of you get that reference.
I, as a Yankees fan, believe this too. There's a lot of teams, and the Yankees are guilty of doing it too, of just purchasing their players.
No,
outright purchasing, outbidding teams, and purchasing their championships, and it sucks, but it's just how it's going right now.
Yeah. Well, how's that working out for him?
All right, proceed. Continue with your show.
Mike also said in the chat, happy anniversary to Indianapolis and Baltimore, too. On March 28th, 1984, 41 years ago, the Colts bolted from Baltimore in the middle of the night and came to Indianapolis. Yeah, I remember that.
Indy.
The old Mayflower, as it were. So, yeah, big time. Yeah. So I don't know if Brandon wants to be added back in or not. He's eating, I think. But anyway, okay.
No, that's okay. It's a little bit.
But anyway, so yeah, I'm glad they're here when it comes to the Baltimore Colts for sure. Or the Indianapolis Colts now. But yeah, we don't mind having that extra championship they won for us down there too. So that's always kind of cool. But I guess we can't lay claim to it though, because we're here in Indy. But whatever. We'll take it when we can get around these parts, no doubt about it. So that being said, all right, guys, let's move into the final portion of the show. Hopefully, I'll get some co-hosts back at some point here, and let's get into the politics and news of the world. Hey, good to have you, Aaron. I just know sometimes you can't always jump in, but anyway, I appreciate it, man. Thank you. All right, let's move on.
Make America great again.
All right, lots of stuff going on in the world of news and politics, and I imagine Mike will be tipping out of here. So thank you for watching, buddy, if you are about to do so. I know it's kind of late on a Saturday. But anyway, we have J.D. Vance this week apparently visited Greenland. And in doing so, he gave a speech up there. I thought we'd take a quick little listen to at least a portion of it and let you guys know what we think about it. So here we go.
Our message is very simple. Yes, the people of Greenland are going to have self-determination. We hope that they choose to partner with the United States because we're the only nation on earth that will respect their sovereignty and respect their security, because their security is very much our security, as these brave Americans show.
So he flat out says we're going to respect their sovereignty. For those of you who think that Donald Trump is going to rule Greenland, okay, so let's get that out of the way right there. People forget that Denmark actually treats Greenland like a foreign colony. They underfund infrastructure, ignore defense needs, and hold back development. J.D. Vance is right to call this out. Why can't the United States be the one to technically, I guess, own Greenland like Denmark does, if a deal between Denmark and the United States can be made? Is that so out of the realm of possibility to where the United States can purchase land? I mean, we've done it in years. It's been a long time since land has been purchased between countries, but it's happened in the past, years and years ago. So why can't that still happen today? But everybody wants to get all up in, their panties in a bunch, as it were. So why is Donald Trump so obsessed with Greenland and Canada and the Panama Canal, for that matter? I've had this asked me a few times, so I thought I'd kind of reiterate what's going on here on the channel. Well, it's because he knows that the stronger relations that they have in the region, it's so important and vital to our national security and especially trade. Number one, the island of Greenland controls strategic sea lanes on the border of the North Atlantic and the Arctic, as well as important air routes. They also control mineral, oil, and gas deposits that are eyed not only by the United States, but also by Russia and China. Plus, the United States Air Base and radar station on the island, as you can see here on the map, they're needed to be there to detect missile threats and monitor airspace. So while Denmark is against the sale of the island, the most effective option for Trump is Greenland's independence so that it can be incorporated into America. Greenland is not happy about being a part of Denmark. For example, 75% of Greenland's inhabitants voted in favor of extending autonomy in a referendum in 2008. And in general, the inhabitants of the island are striving for independence, as Greenland's prime minister announced once again in his New Year's address at the end of 2024. So, as you can kind of clearly see here based on the map, it gives strategic advantage based on where Russia is, and there's even China's got some feelings and stuff in some of these trade routes and stuff. So Greenland and Canada also kind of interest to Trump. It's kind of along the same lines of trade routes and airspace, especially if all you climate activists out there who think that the world is going to be warming up if some of these ice caps and things melt, you're going to have more areas and ways to produce trade on boats and stuff like that. So it does make some sense. Trump's not going crazy. Okay, some of this stuff actually makes a lot of sense when it comes to the maritime highways and things. So that's why he's kind of involved with it. And that's why we're kind of making a push for it. If we could somehow get more, cooperation or more closer relationship with the people of Greenland and Canada and things like that. So we'll see how it goes. What are your guys' thoughts? Do you think we're ever actually going to purchase Greenland or anything like that? Or just kind of,
go Greenland, screw Canada.
I think if we don't purchase them, but I think if we work out a partnership or a mutual beneficial working relationship with them to where both countries benefit from the success of one another. So
yeah, I think that's the biggest thing too. Like I said, minerals and all that sort of stuff. We already have military bases and things like that there for those specific national security reasons. But yeah, we could definitely expand upon that if we were to come to a better agreement, no doubt about it. So yeah, Mike said in the chat too, just so he has to get his farewell in there. It's time to exit this sausage fest and go to bed. Littlest kid had me up around 4 today. So good night, guys. Good night, Mike. Thanks to being on the show.
Seriously, Digger, we got to get together, man.
Yeah, and if nothing else, definitely see you on the podcast hopefully again next week. No doubt about that. And just so you know, Brandon, I can barely hear you. You're away from your mic.
Oh, sorry.
But you're good.
That's all me. That's all
good. All right. So also this week at a human rights campaign event of all places, Jasmine Crockett stuck her big foot in her mouth as she referred to Texas Governor Greg Abbott as Hot Wheels because he's a Republican and he doesn't agree with her and Democrats. And for those of you who don't know, Greg Abbott is paralyzed from the waist down, and he uses a wheelchair.
Yes.
A tree fell on him when he was 26 years old. Here's her sticking her big foot in her mouth.
Hot ass Texas streets, honey. Y'all know we got Governor Hot Wheels down there. Come on now. And the only thing hot about him is that he is a hot ass mess, honey. So yes.
Talk about your shock value, I guess.
Oh, that's crazy.
If Jasmine Crockett represents the Democratic Party, I want nothing to do with Democrats. She, of course, denied any ill intent, despite evidence of her reposting tweets mocking Governor Abbott as, quote, rolling up to the White House in past tweets. So she didn't write this tweet, but she definitely reshared it. So she's not been averse to making comments like this in the past. Jasmine Crockett, of course, did backtrack after she got some backlash on her comments and stated that she wasn't referring to his disability, but she was instead thinking about all the, quote, planes, trains, and automobiles that Governor Abbott was using to transfer migrants across the country. Does anybody buy that Crockett of BS that she just spewed?
No, that's not what she was talking about.
Not really.
She knew exactly what she was saying. I mean, no, planes, trains.
But what makes me laugh is how she stopped and thought about what she was about to say in the speech. You can see her read the paper and then be like, "Oh,
the way she looked up at the camera, she knew what she was gonna say.
Yeah,
and she knew it is what it is.
It was direct reference to his being in a wheelchair. She's better off coming out and just owning this at this point, but she's not going to do that. She even went on in her excuse here at the bottom of the tweet, alongside the left at large, and used this opportunity to try and say that Donald Trump did it as well, and Republicans had no issue with that. She's referring to Donald Trump mocking a disabled reporter. Now, had Trump actually mocked a disabled person, I would have a problem with that too.
But he didn't.
But this has been debunked many times over the years, and many points over the years as well. Here is what actually happened with Donald Trump for you brainwashed people out there who don't know that he did not actually mock a disabled reporter for his disability.
I don't like.
It's kind of quiet,
Donald
but I hope you can hear it.
I used to. I found him spontaneous, real, entertaining, but now I realize he's a mean bully. I know this partly because I saw that video of Trump mocking a disabled reporter.
You got to see this guy. Oh, I don't know what I said. I don't remember.
Trump's opponents quickly made this ad based on that video.
When I saw Donald Trump mock a disabled person, I was just shocked.
You got to see this guy. Oh, I don't know what I said. I don't remember.
When I saw Donald Trump mock somebody with a disability, it showed me his soul. It showed me his heart. And I didn't like what I saw.
Me neither. How cruel Trump was. The reporter has a disease and Trump mocks him? But wait a second. Trump waves his arms around. The reporter's disability means he can't move his arms. Also, Trump did something similar when mocking a general who said something he didn't like.
What do you think about ISIS? Oh, ISIS is very tough.
Trump also used the same motion to mock Ted Cruz.
They said, Senator Cruz, what do you think of waterboarding? I don't want to talk about it. He didn't want to talk about waterboarding.
Turns out this is a Trump performance gimmick. It's not very nice, but it doesn't appear directed at a disabled person.
So I know that's kind of quiet. I hope you're able to hear it.
Mm-hmm.
But if you weren't able to hear it, basically what he was saying was Trump has used that same motion where he's like, when he was supposedly mocking a disabled reporter. He's used that same motion when he's talked about former generals, Ted Cruz, and a few others. Talking about when he's doing that motion, Trump is referring to people who were being incompetent or were flailing about because they didn't know how to answer his question or something like that. They were, very,
First of all,
very flustered.
Trump is a lot of people are very expressive. Like I talk with my hands. When he gives any speech, I do it. Even when he gives any talk or anything like that, he's always moving his hands. He's very expressive when he speaks. I've done this same motion. It's easy to just say out of context, this is what it looks like.
Especially when you cut off the video in certain spots and don't give the context and all that stuff. Yeah. Which the left does all the time.
Talk with their hands all the time. All the time.
Yeah.
And he's just over exuberant. I mean, that's his personality.
Yeah.
Everything's over the top with him. This is just.
And to be fair,
was directly aimed at a specific person.
Yeah, and about the disability. Okay.
Yes.
Now, why more right-wing outlets don't push back on this more is beyond me, because most of the time They just act like, yeah, Trump did that. He mocked a reporter. I'm sorry. No, Trump did mock a disabled reporter. Yes. However, despite what everyone in the media says, even those on the right rarely point this out, Trump did not mock his disability. What Trump did was mock his flustered response or his incompetence. That's what he mocked. Okay. Now, can you argue that the mocking is, like the guy in the video said, inappropriate? Fine, fair. But there's a difference between mocking somebody like you would mock anybody else who's not disabled and then flat out calling the guy Hot Wheels. That's what Jasmine Crockett did.
We do it all the time to Matt.
Yeah, I mean, but again, he can take it. He gives back too. Those are called jokes. But those can be in good-natured fun. It's called ribbing. Time,
yeah,
guys especially do that
all the time.
All the time.
But at the same time, you're right. There's 100% distinct difference between the two things. She literally named the person.
Yeah.
She looks at the camera before she says it. Like, if you go back to the video, look at her face. It's one of those, y'all gonna get a kick out of this. But you notice how nobody laughed at first because they were
all kind of had shock because they couldn't believe she said it.
And that's exactly why she said it the way she said it. Like, come on, y'all know who I'm talking about. Like, it's fucked up.
She knows that he's in a wheelchair too. She's a representative from Texas. He's the governor of Texas. So she knows full well what she was saying and what she was doing. Then Trump did not do that, like I said. But let's just say he did, which he didn't. But let's just say he did mock a disabled reporter's disability, like Jasmine Crockett did with Governor Abbott. Where are all the Democrats condemning her comments? I mean, if you're going to condemn Donald Trump for the exact same thing, if he actually did those things, which he didn't, should you be condemning Jasmine Crockett now?
No.
The majority of Democrats have been silent on this matter. There's been a few times that some Democrats have called this out. It's very few. Surprisingly, The View of all places even said she's doing too much. They didn't go so far as to say
originally
condemn it, but most have not been condemning this whatsoever.
That Disney remake is crazy.
Yeah,
Disney remake it.
I like the original. The original.
I don't want to be an original idiot. But I want to be a Disney remake. D.I. higher. Yeah. Anyway. Now, reports suggest that Jasmine Crockett could be facing censure from the House of Representatives for her comments in the coming days. If so, good. She can join her radical buddy Al Green. So, yeah, there's no place for this in this country. And, and if Donald Trump would have done it, I'd have said the same thing.
That dastardly deeds feller. I will never forget that.
The dastardly deeds that he has yet to commit. Stop it. Yeah, absolutely ridiculous. Now, if you want to criticize Donald Trump, fine, let's do that. I'll call a spade if he does something stupid, okay? Why? I really wish Miranda was here for this. Why is Donald Trump out there endorsing Senator Lindsey Graham for re-election? That's a good one. He put this out on Truth Social this week, basically giving his endorsement fully for the re-election of Senator Lindsey Graham. This guy is a war hawk.
Why?
And he has supported endless amounts of money to Ukraine. Why? So, yeah, I'll call Donald Trump out on that one.
Maybe
that's BS.
We don't know.
There better be.
I'm not so sure
I did hear that Lindsey Graham was one who did not push back on any of his cabinet appointees. Fair. Give credit where it's due. Good. But there's a lot of things that Senator Lindsey Graham has said and done I do not agree with. And most people in the Make America Great Again movement, America First movement, would also agree that this is, I don't understand this one. Hopefully we can figure out why.
Well, maybe it's one of these things too, that under Trump, it's a different Lindsey in the sense of like what he can and can't do. Does that make sense? Like he knows Trump doesn't want to do this war. He wants to end this whole thing.
Right.
So that's not going to be an agenda of his. It can't be. The money situation is going to stop, but that's
already basically, especially with Zelensky basically turning Trump's offer down this last week too. That's pretty much Ukraine's going to be on its own before too much longer. Good luck.
I think for anything else that Lindsey Graham done that has been beneficial, that's what he's going to be used for.
Which I don't understand why. What are you doing?
Look,
Are
there
you
has to be
wanting your
something.
country to suffer?
There has to
Are
be
you talking about
something
Lindsey Graham? I don't know.
that he has done correct before.
I'm talking about Vladimir Zelensky.
Oh, well, that's a whole nother ball
It is
wax.
Like, what are, I mean,
Yeah, that's
if
he's
you
just so
watch
stubborn. He's not going to admit defeat at this point.
And that's exactly what it is. Your stubbornness is going to get your people killed.
Yeah,
more than your people killed.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, maybe he'll change his
did
mind
you
yet
see
again. But he's
the White House.
I don't
Did
understand
you
why
see the White House correspondent for Ukraine just bury her head? Like,
yeah. Oh, yeah.
What are you doing?
Well, I think it was Ukrainian ambassador, but yes,
Yeah.
she basically was embarrassed. Like, can't believe this is
Well,
happening right
ambassador.
now.
Yeah, whatever.
It is what it is. Like that's
They're gonna make their own bed, and unfortunately, they may end up lying in it. And I hate to
Yep.
say that, but
it sucks.
yeah, I mean,
It
we're
truly
trying to
does.
give them peace and try to bring peace to the region. But if Ukraine's unwilling to play ball, they're going to be getting in bed with Europe, and hopefully Trump pulls us out of NATO then before we get dragged into it as well. Because if
Mhm.
NATO countries get involved in Europe, even though Ukraine's not one, we're going to get dragged into World War III along with them if we don't drop out as
That's
well.
something nobody said. I mean, nobody.
Yeah. So hopefully that don't end up happening. But we'll keep an eye on that for sure. This week too, we got Rosie O'Donnell made waves this week as she conjured up left-wing conspiracy theories this week. Doesn't she know that only right-wing conspiracy theories tend to be the ones that are proven true?
Exactly.
So here's what she had to say, talking
I
about
love this
Trump's
lady. She's
election in
weird.
2024.
You know, a lot of people did vote for him.
Yes.
Do you accept their right to do that and their opinion of him?
Well, I respect their right to do that. I question why the first time in American history a president has won every swing state and is also best friends, and his largest donor was a man who owns and runs the internet. So I would hope that that would be investigated and that we would see whether or not it was an anomaly or something else that happened on election night in America when Kamala Harris was filling up stadiums with people who supported her, and Donald Trump was not able to do that. So it's curious to me. And as an American and a believer in democracy, I would hope that we would be able to look at all of the reasons why this happened.
So first of all, since when has Elon Musk owned and run the internet?
Our country.
I mean, he owns X.
I have no idea.
He owns X, but last I checked, that wasn't the entire internet.
No.
Not even close to it.
Nope.
But yeah, secondly, Rosie clearly didn't actually watch any of Trump's rallies if she legitimately thinks he wasn't filling up stadiums at his rallies. I mean, and she thinks that Kamala Harris was. Kamala's rallies in a lot of instances were manufactured and people were paid to be there.
Mm-hmm.
We'll talk a little bit more about that in a little bit. She got played by her own party in this instance. Does she hear herself?
I think for some people, they're too far gone.
Yeah.
I think you've drank so much of the Kool-Aid at this point that you can't see past it. You know what I mean? Like you bought in so much that you're afraid to be wrong. You know what I mean? Like being wrong will hurt you more than anything. So even if
it's okay to be wrong, if you just own up to it,
to accept it.
Yeah,
that makes
sense. Don't want to
sense.
accept it. Yeah, but I mean, in this case, it's just like, what are you thinking? He had no. Did you not watch a single rally? He had thousands of people.
It's again, dude. It's one of those. Again, too far gone.
Too
far gone.
Thirdly, it sounds to me like Rosie O'Donnell is denying the election results, and I was told that was a threat to democracy. By the way,
and for a while, I heard that.
Yeah, I heard that for 4 years.
4 years, I've heard that.
And lastly, why does she care anymore anyway? Didn't she move to Ireland?
Mm-hmm.
So what? Like, what are we doing?
Ireland's not doing so hot either.
No.
And
for long way, maybe so.
Great.
I know. Here's the thing. I know some things firsthand about what's going on in Ireland from a few guys that I've met, that you've also met before, who actually live there, and the conversations that's taken place of like, what's it like? And it is not good. All that shit the shit that we're dealing with now with all these, illegal immigrants and all this shit happening here that we're trying to clean up, those other places aren't. and they're falling because of it.
Yeah.
They're losing a lot of what their culture is and was to this shit. And it is fucking sad.
We're just fortunate that we got somebody like Donald Trump back into office who took care of like a lot of the illegal immigration stuff, which is destroying these other countries.
Yeah.
You know, things like that. And it's only going to get worse for those countries who refuse to enforce their borders. That's what was going to happen here.
It doesn't make sense to me.
It doesn't. But yeah. But speaking of those manufactured crowds I was talking about at Kamala Harris rallies, you don't believe that's actually a thing where Democratic Party candidates would actually do such a thing? Well, here's a picture of Bernie Sanders and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez doing these fight oligarchy rallies as of late, claiming they are drawing record crowds. Except for this week, they got caught lying for using manufactured crowds. These massive crowds, in some cases 34,000 people in places like Denver, Colorado, have been packed by, you guessed it, professional protesters, according to detailed analysis of mobile phone data. So, first of all, the analysis showed there were only about 20,189 cell phone devices at the Denver rally. So immediately the $34,000 number had been inflated like a WWE event to make it sound better, number one. The analysis also showed that protesters were linked to 5 major activist groups, and they are being used to inflate numbers significantly. So, in fact, 84% of Bernie Sanders and AOC's rally attendees in Denver had participated in 9 other DNC protests or rallies recently, including Antifa, BLM, pro-Hamas, and pro-Palestinian protests. In fact, 31% had attended over 20 rallies. So these were rent-a-crowds, literally, just like Kamala Harris had during the presidential campaign. And most of these protesters were tracked to have received Act Blue and U.S. aid money. So are we starting to understand why the Democrats are so upset that Donald Trump is going after U.S. aid and its funding? Because of things like this. They can't make their crowds look bigger when they can't pay them. So just like we've said before here on the channel, Democrats' support for their policies does not exist in the numbers that the media and the left would have you believe. In fact, the mainstream media's job is to convince you that the views of 10% of the country are actually the views of 90% of the country, and you wonder why Donald Trump got reelected. The majority of America does not buy these lies. So, yeah, I mean, what do you think of these fake crowds Bernie and AOC are pulling?
Look, let's not act like we're surprised. Like, a lot of people went to Kamala's rallies because they were promised content. They went for free swag. Like,
yeah. And a lot of these cases were bust in from all over the country to protest where they needed to, or rally wherever they needed to rally.
Yeah.
To make it look good for the camera.
That's all it is. It's the photo.
That's all it is.
It's the photo op.
I think we missed out on an opportunity here.
For what?
We could have gotten paid to just stand around and chant some stupid line.
Nah, not worth
even if we don't believe it, but just to do it.
But
my conscience wouldn't let me.
We got a free vacation to a bunch of states around the United States.
Yeah.
You know, we missed an opportunity, guys. That's what I'm saying.
And just think, we bust our butt at work for 8 to 10 hours or more a day, and these people get paid to do this is their job.
Yeah.
I mean, can you believe that?
That's crazy work.
Probably get benefits too, and we're paying for it with our tax dollars.
Yeah.
You know, if there was ever an ad for Doge, this is it. But I'll tell you one thing though. There's another ad for Doge that I thought was absolutely hilarious this week. I want to share it with you right now. If you ever want to see the greatest ads for Doge, this is it. Democrat Ezra Klein. Let me repeat. Democrat Ezra Klein. This is actually a picture of Jon Stewart. But Ezra Klein explained to Jon Stewart this week how $42 billion spent on broadband internet for underprivileged folks under Biden's Build Back Better bill has resulted in exactly 0 broadband hookups in homes to diehard liberal activist Jon Stewart. He explained it to him. So they spent $42 billion to put in broadband internets to homes, and 0 have gone in. The Daily Show host Jon Stewart got a taste of the truth in this video, as I'm about to show you, as he realizes how bad Democrat policies actually are. In this case, the Build Back Better bill that was implemented under the Biden administration. So yeah, and everything he realizes in this video that everything he's advocated for on his crappy political show, The Daily Show, was indeed a fraud. And it was glorious to watch. Take a look at this reaction when he hears the hoops that have to be jumped through in order to implement broadband internet and anything else worthwhile under Democrat policies.
180 days, that's step one. Step two, which all 56 state applicants completed, is states who want to participate must submit a letter of intent. After they do that, they can submit a request for up to $5 million in planning grants. Then the NTIA, step 4, has to review and approve and award, again, planning grants, not broadband grants, planning grants.
And it's still at the NTIA. It's still at the first step.
All right, so the NTIA must issue a NOFO within 180 days. States who want to participate must submit their letter of intent. Step 3, they can request up to $5 million in planning grants.
Just planning.
Just planning.
Just a plan.
Step 4, the requests are reviewed, approved, and awarded by the NTIA, which currently all 56, 3 years later, all 56 applicants had passed through at least step 5. It took more than 3 years. So it's a long time. States must submit a 5-year action. They kind of think about how they're going to do this. And they don't just say, okay, thank you for the money. We're going to spend it. And you can see how it worked out later. We're like, here's our 5-year action plan. Then the FCC must publish the broadband data maps before NTIA allocates funds. So having done the NOFO, the letters of intent, the request for planning grants, then the review, approval, and awarding of the planning grants, then the 5-year action plans. In between that, the federal government has to put forward a map saying where it thinks we need rural broadband subsidies. And then, of course, the states need an opportunity to challenge the map for accuracy. And you can imagine this doesn't all happen in like a day. Okay, so then the NTIA, step 7, has to use the FCC maps to make allocation decisions. Then, having already done their letter of intent, the request for planning grants, it's hard even to talk about this, man. Step 7 is NTIA must use the FCC maps that were already challenged for allocation decisions. Then, having submitted all this, I think this one is actually quite amazing.
Yeah.
Having submitted their 5-year plans or letters of intent, step 8 is states must submit an initial proposal to the NTIA. Then,
is that the result of their $5 million planning fund? This initial
I assume,
proposal?
But then what was the 5-year plan?
And what the fuck did they apply for? What was their NOFO?
Like, if the 5-year action plan isn't the initial proposal, then what's the 5-year action
Forget
plan?
NOFO.
Okay.
MOFO.
Step 9. NTIA must review and approve each state's, again, initial proposal. By my read, we have had at least 2 initial proposals here, but that's a different issue.
Oh my God.
Step 10, states must publish their own map and allow internal challenges to their own.
This is just for the internet places?
Published a map. They have invited the states to challenge the map. Then states have submitted initial proposals, and they then have to publish their own map and allow challenges.
Wait, who's challenging it within the state?
Well, organized interest groups, environmental groups, like I don't know who specifically, but literally anybody. This is, I want to say something because it's very important I say this. This is the Biden administration's process for its own bill. They wanted this to happen. This is how liberal government works now.
This is something they instituted for this bill.
For their bill. This is a bill passed by Democrats with a regulatory structure written by Democratic administration. Okay.
Right.
Step 11. The NTIA must review and improve the challenge results and the final map. So the NTIA has put forward a map. The states have challenged that map. Then the states have put forward their maps, had other challenges. And now the NTIA must review and approve the challenges to the state maps. Okay. So we've done step 11, NTIA must review and approve challenge results and final map. We've lost 9 of the applicants at that point. Step 12.
Yeah, who would go through all this?
States must run a competitive sub-granting process.
Oh my fucking God. at step 12, after all this has been done.
Which has taken years.
Yeah, none of that could have happened along the way here. We have now lost 17 more applicants. So now 30 of 56 have completed step 12. Step 13, states must submit a final proposal. This all the proposals weren't enough to NTIA. Now that goes to 3 of 56.
What is this for?
So we've gone in the last couple steps from 56 had gone to this point to 3 of 56. Step 14. The NTIA must review and approve the state's final proposal. And that is 3 of the 56 jurisdictions and states are there. In summary, states are nearly at the finish line. And it says to stop their progress now, or worse, to make them go backwards, would be a stick in the spokes of the most promising broadband deployment plans we have ever seen. End scene.
I'm speechless, Ezra. Honestly,
Yes.
it's far worse than I could have imagined. But the fact that they amputated their own legs on this is what's so stunning.
No, it's not stunning, John.
It really wasn't, John.
Matt, for those of you who may not understand what's going on here, basically, if you have to, in order to get broadband internet for those who are less fortunate, they have got to go through so many steps, so many regulations and red tape that it takes years. Then you got to go through upwards of what did he say, like 13, 14 steps?
Yeah.
And then those can be challenged. Just to get internet into less fortunate people's homes. This is not stunning. This is the Democrat MO and Rhino Republicans too. Okay.
That's absurd.
Why do you think there's all this red tape and regulations just to get a simple thing done? Because these bureaucratic elites, they steal your taxpayer dollars before any work can be done, knowing that the work that they promised and ran on to get elected will never get done. You voted for this, Jon Stewart. This is the Biden Build Back Better bill that they're basically going over here. This is why I get so mad at Democrat voters who say, I don't vote for things like high gas prices or $6 eggs. Yeah, you did. You just don't know it.
Yeah.
This is how these bureaucratic elites and the establishment get your money. But will Jon Stewart come out against Democrats on his daily show, or will he continue to shill for them? Bet you I know the answer to that one. Because you know who pays his bills. After watching this, no one with a brain should be against what Elon Musk and Doge is doing. They're getting rid of this bull crap and the useless government waste.
If your goal is to provide a service to people who are less fortunate to have the service, there's a way cleaner way to do this. There's a way easier way to do this. And I believe it should happen. I do believe these people should have access to the internet. Everything is on the internet at this point. So giving more people access to it is it's a double-edged sword. It's a good and a bad thing. But it's a beneficial thing to do. But to jump through this many hoops and take as long as it had, like, what are we?
Well, not even that. They passed the Build Back Better bill so they can brag to the world. See, we did so. We're going to give broadband internet to the less fortunate. We care. And then they never get it, but the $42 billion was spent somewhere. Guess where that probably went? The pockets of these politicians. And by the time these regulations and stuff, you get through them, guess what? Nothing ever happens. But that money still went somewhere. This isn't rocket science, folks. But yet Democrats are shocked. I can't believe it.
His face is killer. Like
I swear, dude. I saw this and I about lost my mind.
If you watch his facial expressions, it's one of those of like you learn your favorite musician or athlete isn't who you idolize. Like he's not the person you thought they were.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's a devastating realization to you. Right there.
I would say the same thing, but like I said, he's going to turn right around on his weekly podcast on his show and say, well, Democrats are great. Trump's Hitler. That's what he's going to do. I guarantee it. If he doesn't, I'll be shocked. But if you're legitimately stunned right now, you're living under a rock.
That's crazy.
Because Republicans and Trump and many people said for a long time the Build Back Better bill was trash. Democrat policies are trash for exactly this reason. Donald Trump, after the LA burned to the ground, went to LA and was asking, like, well, why can't we get these things start to be rebuilt? Well, we got to go through this. Trump looked at them like they were freaking stupid. Like, why do we got to go through 100 different pieces of red tape just to freaking build a home back?
Mm-hmm.
Or Bill Maher on his show, as much as sometimes I disagree with him, and we'll talk about him a little bit later. He's talking about why it takes like years just to get a freaking solar panel on his roof. Even he's starting to see that this is stupid. It drives me nuts. But anyway, I thought that was kind of funny. It's kind of interesting to see when your worldview comes crumbling down around you.
He looks so concerned. This is what I voted for. Yeah. This is the look of somebody. You want to know what buyer's remorse looks like?
That's it.
What it looks like.
Not supposedly what Republicans have for Donald Trump. Mm-hmm. This is buyer's remorse. And and remember, Ezra Klein here on the right, that's a left-wing liberal explaining this to him. That's not some conservative or somebody. That's a Democrat explaining to another Democrat, we got hosed. So, yeah, it's just insane to me, if you ask me.
Remember last week when I told you it's one of those things where it'll start to eat itself?
Mm-hmm.
This is
kind of a symptom of that.
To realize that's what this is. They sold water to a whale, is what they did.
Sold you a bill of goods. Yep. Well, hopefully he'll do the right thing and be like, yeah, that was bad. Yeah. But we'll see if that actually happens. I'm not holding my breath. Let's put it that way. Mm-hmm. But let's get into the meat of this political segment here tonight. And that is, of course, I have two words for this whole Signal group chat thing that came out this week.
Oh my God.
Two words I have to describe it: selective outrage.
Yeah.
Allow me to explain. The Trump administration got in a bit of hot water this week about potentially leaking information about quote unquote war plans in regards to bombing the Houthis in Yemen via a Signal app group chat that involved Vice President J.D. Vance, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, National Security Advisor Mike Walls, and other top officials. And somehow they accidentally included the Atlantic chief editor, Jeffrey Goldberg. You remember the Atlantic, the definition of if you print it, it must be true, who peddled numerous anti-Trump false hoaxes for years. This editor, Goldberg, is the source of the leaked information for this chat. The same man who peddled the debunked Very Fine People hoax, the debunked Russia collusion hoax, the debunked I need the kind of generals that Hitler had hoax, and the suckers and loser hoax. All of which we've gone into in length on the channel before about how they've all been fake. Side note, Donald Trump this week also signed an executive order to declassify all information about Crossfire Hurricane this week. So hopefully soon everybody will be able to see exactly how the left tried to sabotage his presidency with the Russia collusion farce. Not that any one of them will actually care about the truth, but I digress. So naturally, this week when this chat thing came out, the editor's track record for telling the truth led to speculation over whether or not this leak was indeed factual, especially considering the Signal app is encrypted and designed in a way to make it very difficult to have chats be picked up like this.
Okay.
So,
Eric.
Yeah.
Can I interrupt you for 1 second?
Sure.
This is important.
Uh-huh.
My family does use Signal.
Okay. I've never heard of it, but go ahead.
It's not really my family. It's more of my wife's family. And that app is very private.
Yeah. It's supposed to be. Yeah.
Like it's only meant for us people to hear.
Right. Okay? For those who are in the chat, yes.
For those who are in the chat.
Right.
It is designed with that in mind.
Right. So no one else can get a hold of it. And yeah. It even erases chats after a certain time frame that you set.
It makes it look very unlikely.
Right. Well, let me get into more about it, and we'll see how you feel about it afterwards. Now, this group chat is all over the internet. You can find it in full if you like, but I'll just show you a few pages from it, obviously. Now, the White House did confirm, however, that the mistake did happen. So some on the right have speculated that this was done intentionally and was potentially leaked to the Atlantic on purpose. And while that is very possible, to what end, I'm not totally sure. Many people believe it was a way to let Europe know that just how unhappy American leadership is with Europe's unwillingness to pull its own weight militarily. And as that sentiment was expressed in the group chat as well, as you can see here, especially from JD Vance. But there's another theory out there that someone may have been trying to make the Trump administration look bad. Mike Walls is the one who added the Jeffrey Goldberg, the chief editor of The Atlantic, to the chat, and has potentially led to those in the Trump cabinet to potentially want Trump to oust or fire Mike Walls as national security advisor. But to Mike Walls' credit, according to White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt and Mike Walls himself, he did take responsibility for his mistake, even though he didn't have a great reason on Fox News as to why the editor of The Atlantic was on his phone to begin with, which leads many to think that he and the editor at The Atlantic are in cahoots together. Could that be a potential thing that happened here, in your opinion? Maybe. Yeah. Or it could be a genuine mistake.
I mean, yeah, shit happens, but at the same time, if it's that of a private, app or whatever, it only seems to reason that the only way it got out is if somebody let it out on purpose.
Right. I mean, you have to physically add that person to the chat. Now, granted, maybe you go add somebody you thought was one person in your contact list and it was somebody else.
I've done that. We've all
maybe, but then he was asked about, have you ever spoken to the guy from The Atlantic? He said no. So why was he in your phone?
Yeah.
So there's that. Now there was one theory I heard going around that potentially once, because the Biden administration and the Obama administration and other administrations have used this app. Maybe once they, the transfer of the administrations to the new administration over, maybe some of the phones they had still had the old contact information in them. Maybe that's how it happened. So that's a possibility. So I'm not throwing Mike Walls completely under the bus here, but I'm just saying it could potentially lead to his firing, as it were. We'll have to wait and see if that ends up being a case. But for right now, he did take responsibility, so I'll give him credit there. Regardless of what happened there, though, Democrats went into a tirade citing national security concerns over this. The CIA and the past administrations use this app all the time, though, because it's about as secure as you could get for an app like this, as Matt pointed out. But the left would have you believe that the Secretary of Defense, Hegseth, that JD Vance, Mike Walls, and the Trump administration, they'd have you believe that they were just haphazardly sharing classified information like they were discussing it very loudly in the open air of some DC bar. But there really wasn't anything in this chat containing classified information. This app has been used under many administrations like Biden's and Obama's, like I said. So if you were fine with a senile old man being president for the last 4 years, while the administration and the media all knew that he was senile as he fell upstairs and signed preemptive pardons and executive orders via an auto pen, spare us your manufactured group chat outrage here, if you ask me. Saying things like, this was a royal screw up by Pete Hegseth. Yeah, sure. Now our enemies know we use planes, missiles, and drones to conduct airstrikes.
Yeah.
Shocker.
Who'd have thought?
Who knew? Because that's the extent of what happened in this leak.
Yeah. Yeah, and how many other countries do it too?
What, use planes and missiles and stuff? Yeah, I don't know. That's probably all of them.
Yes.
Every one of them.
But, of course they say.
Surprise.
They'll say, well, it was war plans. What was released wasn't a war plan. Okay. And even The Atlantic has backtracked on this. First, chief editor Jeffrey Goldberg went on the news and lied, saying he wouldn't release the contents of the chat because he was being reasonable and didn't want to release sensitive information that he had obtained. But then Goldberg went out and released all this anyway. So if it was classified, he's just as guilty. Number one, right?
Yep.
So much for keeping this so-called classified information secret. None of this would have been released had Jeffrey Goldberg not released it in The Atlantic to begin with, and then he has the gall to come out and preach about responsibility. Okay. This all coming from Goldberg, who initially stated that the leak contained, quote, war plans that had, quote, precise information about weapons packages, targets, and timing. The majority of that, what I just said, was a lie from him. Which is why he likely released this so-called classified information anyway, because there was nothing really in it, okay? Here's the text in question. There were some times included, absolutely. but the rest was vague at best. There were no names, no specific targets or locations, and no coordinates. It basically just said some F-18s will strike a terrorist somewhere today at these times. Those are not war plans. No specific details, no national security threats, nothing like the sensational spin that the Atlantic, the leftist media, and the Democrats have been shouting about since the group chat got leaked. But at the end of the day, this pales into comparison to the previous administration under Joe Biden. Oh, but that's whataboutism. Yeah, well, I'm about to go there. I don't give a shit. Okay? Don't give me this fake outrage about security risks coming from the same party that botched the Afghanistan withdrawal that cost 13 servicemen their lives. We also left $70 billion of equipment to the Taliban that included tanks, guns, missiles, and helicopters. And as in this picture, families were trying anything to throw their babies to U.S. military personnel just to save their lives, and not one resignation or member of the Biden administration got fired over it. In fact, people in the Biden administration got promoted. Where was the accountability there? Where was the accountability for Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, seen here on the bottom right? Hell, where was the accountability for Joe Biden? Biden called his Afghanistan withdrawal a, quote, success. Don't forget that. Undersecretary of Defense Lloyd Austin also famously had cancer treatments in January of 2024 that ended up landing him in the ICU with a urinary tract infection as he left his post for 3 days. And he didn't inform the president during that time. This guy is the fourth in line of the succession to the presidency, and he didn't inform President Biden that he left his post as Secretary of Defense to get medical care. But Democrats are all of a sudden upset about a group chat, right? Yep. Oh, I'm not done. But I got to switch over. What are your thoughts on this so far?
It's a nothing burger. But 9 times out of 10, that's what it normally is.
Just don't be stupid.
Well, I wouldn't say it's nothing because it was a mistake. But I'll get into that in just a second.
But at the same time,
the contents were nothing. Yes.
But you're again, it's the same premise, like the same thing. Remember earlier today when we were talking, and I said something about the whole Robert Downey Jr. thing and the Doom situation. I said they're making a mountain out of a molehill.
Yeah.
That's what a lot of this shit is. A lot of times is a mountain out of a molehill. It's a nothing situation, but they sensationalize it enough to where it becomes something. The monster becomes bigger than the actual creator.
Right. Yeah.
And it's like, what are we doing? Like, there's other things that we should be focused on. But see, that's the thing. It's a misdirection in the hands of like people who are good at misdirection.
It's because Democrats don't actually care about fixing anything.
And for every one good thing Trump does, there has to be a negative swing some fucking way.
Yeah.
So we take all the progress that we have found with Doge and all this shit, right? And we're headed in the right direction. Now there's this. We take all the positive things that Trump is doing to lower gas, eggs, all the things that he said he was going to do. We have to have a negative spin somewhere. It comes from fucking somewhere. That's where you get this whole thing with the Ukraine and how that's going. And this is just that. That's what this is. This is for every positive we have, or every positive step he makes, there has to be a fallback. And this is a fallback. Because at the end of the day, if this would have been Biden, this would have never been released. It would have never happened. You'd have never saw this shit. You'd have never known about it.
Nope. It just happened to end up in a left-wing anti-Trump editor's phone.
Yeah. That's all it was.
The worst possible place it could have ended up.
Yep.
Because they were going to take that and smear it no matter how classified it was. They didn't give a shit about that.
And there should be repercussions for him for doing that.
Yeah, there should be. You know, and if you want to say there should be repercussions for Mike Walls for adding him to it, fine. But, I mean, sure, maybe the Trump administration shouldn't use an app.
Mm-hmm.
What?
But they've all used it.
Well, here's the question. Why was he in the chat to begin with?
Nobody knows.
That's the question.
It could have been an accident. It could have been.
It's very easily could have just been an accident. But luckily, there was no vital information in there.
Think about it this way. We know how the Democrats operated with media and how they use media. So, again, if he was added to a group, which he shouldn't have been in the first place, but in order to get all this propaganda and all this shit going, the Democrats were using all of these publications to do so. So it would stand the reason why they were in a group chat. So if he was handed a phone with here's the contacts in it for this, this, and this, he may have just simply didn't realize he was in there.
Mm-hmm.
And when he sent what he sent, it got added to it. But at the same time, it's on that publication to then contact and verify this information to know that it is classified information that you shouldn't be fucking leaking. And the fact that you did do it
shows
on your platform there should be repercussions for it. Because
and it shows exactly what you were up to trying to do.
Let's say if there was classified information in there and now you've just spilled the fucking beans.
Yeah.
Isn't that an act of treason? I don't know.
Isn't that the security risk you all were railing and complaining about?
So there should be repercussions for what he did in that aspect.
Yeah. Yeah. And like I said, if you want to say Mike Walls deserves some punishment too, fine. I get that too.
Strong talking to, he's grounded for 3 weeks.
Yeah. I mean, whatever. But I mean, the outrage over it is just outrageous. And there's a little bit more we'll get into about it. Sure, maybe the Trump administration shouldn't use an app like this to communicate certain things, but Biden's withdrawal ended up with people dead in Afghanistan, and his Secretary of Defense goes MIA for days, but that's totally cool.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that. At least Trump's Houthi operation was a success.
Yep.
This whole thing that was talked about during the chat, it was successful. So spare me the outrage from a party who just allowed millions of illegal immigrants to invade our southern border. By the way, Trump in 70 days is completely.
Are.
They're a terrorist group.
Oh, question.
Yeah, they're a terrorist group. Yeah. They're not friendly people.
They were obstructing our trade routes and things like that, from what I understand. So,
yeah, they're getting in the way.
Yeah,
they're also looking for that Trump's Afghanistan moment. You get what I'm saying? Like
they want to pin something on him.
Yeah,
make him look incompetent.
There's outside of another incident like that where Americans lose their lives at a hefty cost.
Yeah,
there will be nothing as bad as what he did.
Yeah, and don't forget, Joe Biden was checking his watch when they delivered him home.
Bad.
Yeah. Now Trump has by the way, this migrant situation that the last administration just allowed that's a security risk in my opinion. Trump completely fixed this border in about 70 days. So, win number one. But also miss me with the selective outrage from the same party that ambushed Donald Trump's home for having supposed classified documents, but were silent when Joe Biden, who didn't even have clearance as a senator or a vice president at the time to even have them to begin with, when he had classified documents in beat up cardboard boxes in his unlocked garage parked behind his Corvette. But that wasn't a security risk at all. Nobody had problems with that. But a group chat, that's a problem. Or how about when Hillary Clinton had state secrets on an unsecured server in her bathroom? Then she destroyed using bleach bit and then smashed her phones with a hammer. Totally cool. And then this old hag had the audacity to come out this week and feign this exact same outrage, saying, "You got to be kidding me that this happened with the group chat." Like no one will remember her history with state secrets.
Yeah.
I mean, give me a break.
Lady, you couldn't even keep your husband in
line.
What
was it? Benghazi?
Oh, yeah. She also got people killed. Yeah, no doubt about it.
Yeah, she fucked that one up.
Now, to be honest, either national security matters or it doesn't. And it's just funny how it only seems to matter to Democrats when it involves a president they don't like and want to see fail. They don't care about national security. All they want, as Brandon said, is to slow this White House down by any means necessary.
Yep.
So here is our favorite over there on CNN, not taking this garbage. Here is Scott Jennings letting all the Democrats let them know that this was garbage, all this outrage.
Believe in accountability.
I think Republicans aren't interested in any lectures on accountability in the military after the Biden administration. I mean, the bar for getting rid of a Secretary of Defense is apparently pretty high. You can get 13 people killed and go AWOL and not tell the commander in chief, and that's not a fireable offense. He did these lectures about accountability and national security after letting 10 million people into the country who raped and murdered and committed violent acts, and no remorse or accountability.
What are you talking
no
about?
More lectures. No more lectures about national security. This was a hugely successful mission. The decision was righteous. The strike was the exact right thing to do, and it was executed flawlessly.
He was not on that signal chain, but the idea that he didn't know about it when he was first asked about it and the extent to which he doesn't know seems rather deliberate.
If he didn't know and he didn't have the facts or he hadn't been briefed on it, what is the alternative here? To go out and make something up, or to say, I don't know. I haven't been told. And my understanding is he didn't know about it. He wasn't on it. Maybe he wasn't even aware what signal is. I mean, it is not inconceivable that the president, when I didn't see the timestamps on these questions, didn't actually have enough information to comment publicly at the time on any of these matters. It's not out of the ordinary for a president.
I don't like to see a timestamp on this kind of questions
they
too.
need to know to make a legitimate
He
comment.
has not been briefed and he can't speak to it.
And what's worse, a president not having all the information he needs to make a legitimate comment, so he holds back in the moment before being ready to make a comment, or I don't know, willfully lying to the American people about the condition of the president of the United States, which went on for 4 years in this country by all
That
of your
is
colleagues.
totally wrong.
No, it wasn't.
Totally
No, it
wrong.
wasn't.
That is totally wrong.
I hope you read all the books that are coming out. I hope you read all the books that are coming out.
Joe Biden. I mean,
You guys
I don't
are
know if
upset
you're a
that
judge. If
Trump
you're a
is
judge,
exhibiting some, I want to get more facts, and I'm going to be lectured by the people who lied to the American people about the condition of the president.
Oh my God.
No way.
No, but
Not going to take
that's
it.
first of all, that's outrageous. That's outrageous.
He ain't done.
I
Listen to
cannot
this.
lie.
You think the truth was told?
I will say.
Did the White
and
House tell the truth?
I will look forward to this discussion.
Do you all
I like the
believe
last
truth
one.
was told about Biden?
Scott, do you want government or do you want your lick back? Because even if all of that happened in the past, we're in the present now. So we need a president that is capable.
And so what? He said, I don't know. What did it hurt your life that he said, I don't know? One time?
Biden did it. Biden did it.
Sure, I
Biden did
can.
it. But you
Of
cannot
course I
write
can.
that for 4 years.
I absolutely
and expect
can.
the country to move
I
forward.
100% can.
You cannot.
Biden wrote it for 4 years on Trump, and Obama wrote it for 8 years on George W. Bush. You're damn right. We were right here.
Exactly. I love that. How he said that, you can't just keep saying, well, Biden this, Biden that. Well, when Biden said, well, Trump this, Trump that, and, and Obama said, Bush this, Bush that,
So
you damn
what-
right we're going to keep riding that train.
The fact that Roy Woods Jr. is there is baffling to me. He's a fucking comedian.
Yeah. Everybody's got to,
So for real here. What?
Yeah.
All right. No, no, no.
Well, CNN's got to put somebody on there.
Well, and Scott Jennings is holding down the fort just fine.
I mean,
however,
they're running out of people to put on there.
just like how the left blew January 6th way out of proportion, calling a riot with zero plan and insurrection meant to overthrow our democracy while ignoring their own riots and criminal behavior, which they do far more often. Just like that over-exaggeration of what actually happened. Was this group chat the colossal failure in national security that it's been portrayed to be? Absolutely no.
Mm-hmm.
It will be addressed. No one was hurt. No mission was damaged.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the rest is just political games by a party on life support at this point. Nothing more.
And that top thing on there, the Tesla violence, that's going to stop.
I hope so. They're so desperate to paint. They're so desperate to paint this administration as incompetent, but they're the exact opposite.
That illegal.
Again, the left wants you focused on the chat leak, but remember, the Houthi mission was successful. I mean, not to mention, Kash Patel has been the director of the FBI, and they are going after the FBI's top 10 most wanted list already. And he's only been in office for like 4 weeks. But just this week, an MS-13 leader was apprehended in Virginia by Tom Homan, Kash Patel, and the FBI alongside Pam Bondi and the DOJ. But no, focus on the group chat leak.
Nice. See, that's what I'm saying. For every good thing,
there
has to be something because they don't want you to see.
They're overlooking the thing that matters most.
Well, that's their plan. They don't want you to see it.
It's don't look at what
that's what I'm trying to say.
Sleight of hand. Don't look over here while I'm doing something over here.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, good things are happening in this country. The media just don't want to tell you.
Mm-hmm.
Simple as that.
I don't get that part. I don't get that part. You fuckers got to live here too.
It's all about power. That's all it is. Money and power. Yeah. To put a bow on this, Tennessee Representative Tim Burchett, who's been known for some of his one-liners, was approached by some random Democrat tracker, and Burchett completely put him in his place over this. Listen to this.
I love this. Brandon, listen
Do
to
you
this.
trust Trump's national security team to keep our war plans top secret?
Do you trust your mother every night to fix your hot pockets and make sure your Game Boy is turned on?
In case you didn't. By the way, look at this dejection on this guy's face. Watch as he starts to bleed.
Brandon.
So yeah. He was asked basically, do you trust the security measures with Trump and all this sort of stuff? And he's like, do you trust your mother to make Hot Pockets, and turn your Game Boy on before you go to bed? I mean,
that's wild.
Out of pocket, but hilarious.
Shut him down. He didn't know what to say.
That poor guy, I mean, the dejection on his face was a thing of beauty.
He didn't know what to say.
When you ask
He thought he was
questions, you get stupid answers.
But see, that's the thing. Remember, I told you this before. It has emboldened this certain group of people, and I'm not trying to say this because I'm trying to pick on anybody or anything like that.
Yeah.
But it's this group of, they don't fit in here, they don't fit in there, but they can align here, and if they do that, then they'll fit in here.
Yeah.
And so that's how you get shit like this happening, where these lone people walk up because they're so convinced that if I do this, this certain demographic will like me, and these are my new friends. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But in reality, brother, you're on an island all to yourself in this situation. And it's like, it sucks. And just like you saw, I bet you that ate at him all day. That destroyed everything.
His whole day.
And it's like, what are we doing, man?
And is it nice to say no? But at the same time, when these people get hounded with stupid questions like that, when you're just trying to get them in a gotcha, you think they're not going to fire one back at you?
Yeah. He wasn't ready for it. I promise you that.
No, he wasn't. So when people get on to Trump for saying rude things, you know how many times he's asked by media about crap that is just bogus? Trump has had enough. And Elon's getting to that point too.
Should.
I don't know if you've noticed. Elon's like, I've about had enough of this.
They should.
Yeah.
So good on them for fighting back.
They should give back stupid answers like that. Stupid questions get stupid answers.
Yeah.
If you're going to ask a stupid question like
people are finding out.
And don't expect the answer back at you, then sit down and shut up.
Yeah.
That is
got to get that viral moment, though, just to try to make the Trump administration look better. That's all it's about. But speaking of idiots,
viral
though.
Moment.
Speaking of idiots.
Viral moment go for him?
Yeah. To Scott Jennings' point, Democrats want to say to stop blaming Joe Biden. Eventually, I'd agree with that. Actually, at some point you got to stop blaming the past administration for your own stuff. But we are less than 100 days in. During that time, the problems the current administration faces normally belongs to the previous one. But Joy Behar and The View have never seen a sitting president criticize his predecessor like Trump does. Really? Really? All right, let's listen to this then.
You chose not to go through the proper protocol.
Yeah, right.
And everybody could have seen this.
Yeah.
This is not the App Store kind of stuff you want to be using.
They also have a tendency to blame the Biden administration.
Yeah.
It's like, move on. That ship has sailed. I never remember in my lifetime a sitting president trashing a previous president.
Donald Trump lost 2 debates to me in 2020. Since then, he hadn't shown up for debate. Now he's acting like he wants to debate me again. Well, make my day, pal. I'll even do it twice. So let's pick the dates, Donald. I hear you're free on Wednesdays. You know, I was in that World War I cemetery in France. And one that one of our colleagues, the former president, didn't want to go.
I missed this.
Up there.
This is a lie, by the way.
When the president was asked
another lie,
what he thought had happened, Donald Trump said, and I quote, "There are very fine people on both sides."
Lie.
My God, that's what he said.
He played the full context clip.
It sounds like if I said this 5 years ago, you'd lock me up. We got to lock him up. That Trump, when in Europe,
another lie,
would not go to the grave sites in one of the France.
From the Atlantic, this one.
The brave service members who gave their lives to this country. He called them suckers and losers. Who in the hell does he think he is? Who does he think he is?
And the then president was asked, what do you think? He said, they're very fine people on both sides. Not fine people on both sides.
Same lie.
No excuse. Zero.
I know Americans want a president, not a dictator.
Not a dictator.
No self-respecting American president would ever be Putin's puppy like this guy is. That's what he is. Or Puerto Rico, where I'm in my home state of Delaware. They're good, decent, honorable people. The only garbage I see floating out there is his supporters.
Oh, you
But
just
I'm
call me
serious.
garbage. Great.
These are the kind of guys you like to smack in the ass. You like to smack in the ass.
I've never heard that before. You never heard,
Never.
Ronald Reagan didn't do it. They're
But
St.
it's
Ronald.
the common enemy. It's what drives their base together is the other.
Yeah.
So they do that to create.
So you've never heard another president,
God,
a
I
sitting
wish I
president.
made as much
You
money
did
as
it.
they do.
Yeah, they do it all the time.
I tell
Trump
you what,
wasn't
I wish
listen,
I make this
hold
much
on.
money they
For
do.
4
Matt.
years, you babbling bitches sat up there and did the same fucking thing.
Yeah.
So to pretend like this is something new is absurd.
Yeah.
I
mean,
wonder.
And hold
I
on.
wonder if
Well,
they're
well,
all
she's
getting
trying to
it.
say a sitting president has never criticized the bull. We just watched a whole bunch of clips that
He did it, but they did it as well. Her argument is because it's a common enemy that the supporters can get around. That's what the fuck you guys did.
Yeah.
Have they
He was a
released the
common
Debbie
enemy.
list yet?
You rallied all your supporters around to try to fucking defeat until you realized that the guy that you were supporting couldn't fucking do it, and then you had to switch to his VP. But you still did the same fucking thing.
Yeah. Yeah, and then they railroaded Joe Biden and threw in Kamala Harris without a primary.
Sure.
Which, again, talk about an attack against democracy. Voters didn't even get a chance to vote who they wanted to run. Well, they had
Do
no
you guys
time.
remember how pissed he was
Who, Joe?
when they were telling him, "Oh, you're
He
not
should
our
have
guy."
been. He actually won the primary to actually run again.
Sure.
So why wouldn't he be pissed? And then they just took him out to pasture. They
running
threw in
president.
Kamala, and then Kamala freaking they didn't have enough time to run a primary. I don't care how much time's left at all. You give the American people the say.
Wait a minute. They go. Wait a minute. We're behind. Let us catch up.
Yeah,
Fuck that.
But the View never fails to give us content. That's about
This
all
is
it's good
beautiful.
for.
Brandon,
Here's a
check
good
this
example
out.
right here. I actually feel bad. I actually feel bad for the Predator. Not gonna lie to you.
That's out of pocket. That's out of pocket.
So at least they're good for something.
That's out of pocket.
And it's funny. I heard people say she looks like the Predator. I didn't really put it together until I saw this image. Now I get it.
That's out of pocket.
I totally get it. But again, this is
That's accurate.
hilarious. Speaking of shows that are good for content for the YouTube community out there, Bill Maher had a few guests on last week, and we're about done. Had a few guests on last week, and they discussed how people are leaving Democrat states in droves. So much so that when they redistrict in a few years, blue states are going to lose them congressional seats, and red states are going to gain them. Not only that, it will lead to blue states most likely having lower electoral impact in elections, making it easier for Republicans to win presidential elections. So listen to Bill Maher kind of have a bit of a panic attack over this.
Okay, so just to continue on this for a minute, because I just saw this really bad news for Democrats. 2030 reapportionment, there's a group called the American Redistricting Project, and in 5 years, we will be redistricting. California is projected to lose 3 seats, New York 2, also going to lose a seat, Minnesota, Oregon, Rhode Island, Illinois, all blue states. Who's getting these? Texas, Florida, Idaho, and Utah. I mean, this looks like game over. And the reason why people are voting with their feet is a lot of what your book is about.
Yeah,
taxes and regulation. I certainly have been screaming about it forever. I did 3 years with a sign here that said, how long is it going to take me to get my solar hooked up?
So there he is talking about regulations and stuff. Again, like we were talking about Jon Stewart, how he has had to go through all these hoops just to get solar panels on his roof in blue California that's ran by Gavin Newsom and Democrats. And that goes back to all that. So Democrats just don't get it. And for once, I agree with Bill Maher. Yeah, I said it. I agree with Bill Maher. It happens at times. And then he goes back to his Trump derangement syndrome and wanting failed Governor Greasy Gavin Newsom, who just allowed LA to burn to the crisp, to run for president. And then I have to stop agreeing with Bill Maher all over again. But Bill Maher also had Greasy Gavin Newsom on last night. He was fawning over him, begging him to run for president, which I don't see how when he's part of the problem in California, preventing him from getting the freaking solar panels on his roof. Someone explain that logic to me. But I'll give Bill Maher at least a little bit of credit. He does at least listen to our side. Democrats need more of that. And as we mentioned before, Kid Rock is bringing Bill Maher to the White House to meet with President Trump soon. And here he is talking to Glenn Beck about that potential dinner that's going to be coming up here at the end of this month. I don't know when. There's only a few days left, so they better get on it. So here he is talking about that.
I'm actually going to try to unite this country, and I'm starting the end of the month taking Bill Maher to the White House for dinner. This guy who's done nothing but talk smack about the president since day one. But he's a comedian too.
Yeah.
And, I can have conversations with him, if you don't get into Trump, because I'm like, I fucking love him.
Yeah.
He's like, I don't. I'm like, let's talk about other things. We can find common ground. He's actually, more reasonable than a lot of people on the right would think.
I think
especially the last maybe 4 years or whatever. So I said to him, I was doing his podcast, and I said, if I can hook you guys up, this, that, and the other. And trust me, there's a lot more people deserving at that table, for dinner. Yeah. So it's a big deal to me to, bring him there and even have the president be like, yeah, do it. Let's do it. I go, man, what would it say to this country? Let's start at the top where you very public figures, him, television comedian, you president of the free world. We could just break bread, have some laughs, take a picture and be like, hey, we don't agree on everything, but we got along. Does that start to send a message to people, or do they just think I'm an idiot?
Yeah.
Does Bill Maher look soft for going? Does Trump look weak? Like, I'm like, man, I think we just got to start somewhere like there and be like, look, man, we just had dinner. We had some laughs. We had fun. Yeah. Like, maybe call that family member that you got into it over politics, or that person, and at the school that, you don't like to talk to anymore, that you used to have a coffee with in the morning. Maybe just get back with him and be like, look, man, it's okay. Everybody calm down a little bit.
Exactly. I agree with him. Now, let's hope that'll be a nice start to maybe bringing this country together. I don't expect Bill Maher to come out of that dinner as a Trump supporter by any means, though.
No.
However, at
least hear the man out.
Yeah, at least listen to him. I mean, however, I would love to see maybe Bill Maher dial back on the whole Donald Trump is Hitler. Maybe dial back on that. Maybe that'd be kind of nice. But, if he doesn't agree with him, fine. But at least, knock that crap off. Let's be honest. Yeah. Now, this is not just pulled up just to have the beautiful young ladies on here, but I thought it'd be fun to end the show. I thought we'd have a bit of fun and laugh at the stupidity of some young Americans. While it's also sad, this last week, Caitlin Bennett of Liberty Hangout visited students on spring break in Florida and asked them simple government 101 questions. And in a video that perfectly illustrates why Donald Trump is right yet one more time, they prove exactly why the Department of Education has got to be dismantled. So for your viewing pleasure, let's check out what some of the answers to these questions.
Did the colonists fight in the Revolutionary War?
Oh, God. In the Revolutionary War?
It was, I don't know if this is right. I mean, it sounds so stupid. Was it the Spanish? Wait, what are your majors?
Business, biology,
elementary education. Oh. What shape is the U.S. Pentagon building?
Isn't it just a square?
How many U.S. senators are there?
6, 7. 6, 7.
How many amendments are in the Bill of Rights?
There's a lot. I know 17.
Who won the Civil War?
Oh shoot, it's East or West, right?
No.
Well, it's the Civil War, so it's the civilians versus whoever was in power. How many justices are on the Supreme Court?
Justices. Mm-hmm. So like when you say that, like you mean like the FBI?
Who was on the $100 bill?
Oh, I know that.
Abraham Lincoln.
No.
Abraham Lincoln.
That's the First Amendment. What's the second?
Right to vote.
Name 3 states that border Canada. We'll just do one per person.
Asia.
The man thinks Asia is a state, and he and it borders Canada. Wow. Oh wow. Yeah, this video went viral and even had many on the left. Democrats were even saying, yeah, the Department of Education has got to go. Go support and subscribe to Caitlin Bennett over there on Liberty Hangout on YouTube, on her YouTube channel. She has tons of videos like this with people who have zero clue what they're talking about.
We reviewed one video like this before.
Huh?
We reviewed a video like this.
Oh, yeah, and they've got a bunch of them, which is scary. But there's other channels out there just like it. But yeah, it just goes to show that we're actually in the minority here on the channel and are actually informed about what's going on. Most people in today's society just go about their lives and don't care, especially young adults. And sadly, that's how they're deceived. And the Department of Education is actually a jobs program for adults at this point. It doesn't serve our kids. Shut it down. Hopefully we can get these grades to come up among our youth, at least by putting it back to the states. The next generation may at least have a chance, but I don't know. It's not good. I understand they're on spring break. They're trying to have a good time, but at the same time, man, you can't answer something simple as what states border Canada and you say Asia.
He said Asia with full confidence.
Yeah, Asia. Who fought the Civil War? Oh, the East and the West?
He said that shit so for real?
Yeah. I mean, guys, I implore you.
I can't believe they said the East and the West.
Yeah.
Dude, you don't know. Come on, man.
Yeah. Who fought the Revolutionary War? I heard one person say the Jews. I was like, no.
I can't believe that answer. That's all right. I'm going to bed.
That was just a minute of about a 40-minute video she posted up.
Let's go. I can't have that kind of time.
Well, luckily for y'all, this is the last thing on the show. So, yeah. How does that make you guys feel? Make you feel smarter at least a little bit? I mean, we may not get everything right here on the channel, but by God, we're not saying the East and West fought in the Civil War. I mean, I did accidentally mess up earlier and said something about Ireland and Denmark were the same. I made a faux pas. I was thinking something else. But, I mean, come on. I'll admit when I make a mistake, though. Because unlike some people on the left, I'll admit if I make a mistake. I will. And I've said ever since we started doing this show, there are going to be times I do make mistakes. I'll own up to it. I will. But this is sad.
Crazy.
It's just sad stuff right there.
Did the colonists fight?
Yeah. But anyway, so... so I guess that'll do it for tonight's show, episode number 46 of the Dragon's Den podcast. Matt's already halfway to bed for the looks of things. So,
yeah,
that's kind of dumb. That hurt my heart.
When you can't answer, when you say Asia and East and West, I'm out.
And I don't know if you caught it. I don't know if it was in the video or not, but she goes on to say there's a question she was asking at this particular spring break event were questions they ask migrants when they come into the country to answer before they're allowed to become citizens.
Yeah.
So simple
They have
stuff.
to know this stuff.
But our America's youth don't know it.
No.
A lot of that's due to the Department of Education.
Yeah.
Homeschool your children, and we got to get people in the states locally be more involved once they get moved. It gets moved back to the states.
Yeah.
To get our schools corrected. Simple as that. And stop hiring people just to give them money because they work for the government. You know, it's just ridiculous. So yeah, those type of jobs should be cut, and I'm fully supportive of it. Sorry. I am. All right, guys. Well, that'll do it for tonight's episode of the Dragon's Den podcast. Thank you so much for sticking through it this entire time. I appreciate you guys so much for watching. Hey, by the way, if you're finding this for the very first time, please comment down below. Don't forget to hit the like button. Don't forget to subscribe. Hit the notification bell so you get all the notifications about when we go live. And I'm going to hopefully start putting up some more clip videos from the podcast. So if you don't want to sit through the entire 3 to 4 hour podcast, I totally understand that too. You can check those out on the channels here on YouTube and on Rumble. Don't forget to follow us there. Don't forget to follow us on X. Find all of our descriptions in the description box below and all the ads and all that sort of good stuff. So thank you so much for watching. I think we'll be back here again next Saturday night for the time being, right?
Yep.
What are you laughing at? Oh, Matt. Yeah, you got yourself a big fish right there. So on that note, we're going to get out of here tonight. Thank you guys so much for watching. Take care. And as always, God bless.
God bless.
Later.